response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
And when should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual.
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience. שלום, אני כאן עם רב דן טיומקין, מומחה לחינוך ו-ADHD, מחבר ספרים. מי שרוצה להתעניין בספרים שלו, הם פה גם כן. ומישהו מאוד מפורסם בארץ בתחום החינוך. שלום רב דן.
שלום וברכה.
רב דן, מהו החוסן? זה הנושא שלנו השנה. מהו החוסן ולמה זה משהו חשוב להתמקד בו אצל צעירים?
טוב, זאת משנה מפורשת, פרק מדליקין. אין מדליקין, לא בלחש ולא בחוסן. בנימה יותר רצינית, היום המושג חוסן הושאל לתחום אחר לגמרי. חוסן זה בעצם העמידה שלנו מול הטראומות ומול קשיי החיים. כידוע, יש הרבה נשמות רגישות יותר, שאירועים שהם לא בהכרח עד כדי כך קטסטרופליים, יכולים לגרום לטראומה ולהתנהגות של סיכון. ולכן תפקידנו כהורים, כחברה, כקהילה, קודם כל להגביר את החוסן, לדאוג שילדים יהיו בריאים יותר בנפשם, שהם את החוזק. זה קצת טריקי, כי מצד אחד אם נעטוף אותם כל היום בצמר גפן, אז פתאום הם יבואו לחיים אמיתיים ויקבלו התרסקות, שהם ישמור. מצד שני, אם נחשוף אותם לזוועות בגיל מוקדם מדי, אז העולם הזה לא בטוח. אז צריכים פה ללכת על גשר צר מאוד מאוד מאוד, איך מצליחים מצד אחד כן לתווך או לעשות באפרינג לקשיים של החיים באופן כזה שהילדים לא יאבדו את הניגון האופטימי שלהם, ואז גם אם יש מצב קשה, ולכולנו יש בחיים גם מצבים קשים, אז זה לא יאבדו לגמרי את התקווה ואת האמון, אלא ידעו גם כן להשתקם ולחזור למסלול הרגיל כמה שיותר מהר.
אוקיי, אז מדברים הרבה על משפחות, הורים, עד כמה חשוב מודלים לחיקוי טובים אצל ההורים בבניין חוסן, ואיזה כלים חשוב להורים כדי שיוכלו לבנות חוסן אצל ילדיהם מגיל צעיר.
כן, זאת שאלה טובה.
תודה.
בעיקרון אומרים שכבר מגיל קטן מאוד, ככל שיש התקשרות יותר בטוחה לתינוק, שהוא מרגיש שההורים שם עבורו, אז הוא יגדל בריא יותר בנפשו. ולכן כדאי גם בגילאים הצעירים, ואפילו צעירים מאוד, כבר מגיל שהילד תינוק, לנסות לדאוג שהוא נהיה שם עבורו. אני קצת פוחד להתחיל את ההקדמה שעכשיו אמרתי, כי הרבה פעמים אומרים, טוב, הכל אבוד, הילד הזה נולד בתקופה של מלחמה, בתקופה של קורונה, היינו לחוצים, היינו עצבניים. אבל זה חלק הטוב, כל עוד הנר דולק אפשר עוד לתקן. ותפקידנו באמת לייצר בית עם כמה שפחות ביקורת וכמה שיותר אווירה חמה ונעימה ומקבלת. וזה בונה את החוסן הנפשי, את החוזק של הילדים שלנו. צריך להתפלל על זה שנזכה. מי שמרגיש שקשה לו עם זה באופן מיוחד, שאיך לטפל בעצמו. באמת, שיש טיפול לנו, ההורים. אבל בסוף, ככל שאנחנו נצליח לייצר אווירה, ושוב, אין מושלם, אבל כמה שאפשר להצליח יותר. הילד לא אכפת לו בדיוק מה מצבנו הכספי. הילד לא אכפת לו בדיוק מה מצבנו של הלחץ והחרדה בחוץ, וכמה איומים קיומיים יש על ישראל, וכמה איומים קיומיים יש על העם היהודי. הוא בסוף מסתכל על אמא ואבא. ואם הוא רואה אמא ואבא, שלמרות כל הקושי, מצליחים לשמור על חיוך ועל אווירה נעימה, הוא יגדל בריא יותר בנפשו. וזה לגמרי סובייקטיבי. הרבה פעמים ההורים נלחצים בקלות, והרבה פעמים ההורים אין מספיק כסף בעיני ההורים, מעבירים את זה לילדים תחושה של קטסטרופה. אז זה לא נכון. לא צריך לעשות חוג דרמה, ולא צריך לשקר, ולא צריך לעשות כאילו, אבל צריכים באמת לעבוד על עצמנו כדי שנצליח להעביר לילדים תחושה של ביטחון, תחושה שהעולם הזה מוגן ושיש להם סיכוי להצליח.
אז יכול להיות אפילו שזה ברמה מסוים, זה יכול להיות משהו שלא מזויף, אבל יש ביטוי באנגלית fake it till you make it, כאילו לפחות לשדר לילד אופטימיות, וזה גם אם אולי זה לא בדיוק תמיד קיים.
נכון. הציטוט שאמרת, יש לו גם מקור יהודי. בספר החינוך כתוב, אחרי הפעולות נמשכים הלבבות, נמשכות הלבבות. הלבבות נמשכים לפעמים אחרי הפעולות. רבי נחמן מברסלב אומר, לפעמים בחתונה אתה רואה את זה, מישהו סוחב אותך לרקוד. בהתחלה אין לך כוח לרקוד, אבל אתה מתחיל כזה לרקוד, ולאט לאט נכנס לאווירה. גם כאן צריכים להיזהר שלא יהיה פער גדול מדי. mind the gap. אבל מצד שני צריכים לדאוג שהאווירה תהיה נעימה וחמה ומקבלת. ושוב, אם יש בעיות בזוגיות, אני לא אומר שתמיד הכל צריך להיות מושלם, אבל צריכים לנסות לעבוד על זה, גם על זוגיות וגם על האישוז שיש לי בחיים, על העניינים שיש לי בחיים. גם אני עברתי דברים, גם לי יש את הטראומות שלי, גם לי יש את הכאב שלי. ובכל זאת הילדים רשאים וזכאים ומחויבים לגדול בבית נעים וחם כמה שיותר. ולא בשמיים, אפשר להצליח לתווך את הילדים בצורה טובה ובריאה, ובתקופה כל כך סוערת שבחוץ יש טילים ומלחמות וחוסר ודאות ואיומים קיומיים, הילדים מסתכלים עלינו, אז מאוד מאוד חשוב שנעשה את התפקיד הזה כמו שצריך.
ההורים אומרים לעתים קרובות שבני הנוער שלהם סגורים, הם סוגרים אותם בחוץ, הם לא מתקשרים איתם, מתנהגים בצורה חשאית, מתחמק וכדומה. איך הורה יכול לשמור על תקשורת טובה כשאין נראה שיש להם שותף?
אין פה כלל אחד נכון. צריכים להשתדל לייצר אווירה כמה שיותר מקבלת. ברור שאם אני אהיה כלפי הבן שלי שיפוטי וביקורתי, אז הוא לא ירצה להיות איתי והוא לא ישתף אותי. אז קודם כל צריכים להוריד את השיפוטיות ואת הביקורתיות כמה שרק אפשר. דבר שני, צריכים לדעת שזה גיל קשה, גיל ההתבגרות, ויש ילדים שהם יותר מופנמים בטבעם. צריכים לנסות לייצר מצבים, לייצר סיטואציות. יש כלל כזה שאומר, סדק סדק תרדוף, לחפש אחרי החריץ, לחפש אחרי ההזדמנות. אז לפעמים בבית, כשמכונת כביסה עובדת, ולי יש 1000 דברים על הראש, אז המבט שלי קצת לא מפוקס, ואז זה לא אווירה שמזמינה שיתוף וקירוב לבבות. אבל אם אני פעם בכמה זמן אקח את הילד לאיזה מנגל, ברביקיו, אם אני אקח את הילד לים, לטיול קטן, שרק אני איתו, הפלאפון מחובה, יכול להיות שאם אני בעצמי אשתף איזשהו סיפור שקרה לי פעם, זה ייצר אווירה יותר אינטימית, יותר אווירה של חיבור, יותר אווירה שאפשר לסמוך עליי, מה שאתה אומר לי נשאר אצלי, אני לטובתך, ואז צריך לעבוד על זה. אבל כשמוצאים זמנים כאלה, צריך לקבוע עיתים. חז"ל אמרנו כלל לקבוע עיתים לתורה. צריכים לקבוע עיתים לתורה, צריכים לקבוע עיתים לכל ילד. לקבוע עיתים לנועה, לקבוע עיתים ליונתן, לקבוע עיתים לאבי, לתמר, לשלומי, לכל ילד. צריך שיהיה לו זמן, איכות, קבוע, בונדינג טיים עם אבא, עם אמא. זה מאוד מאוד חשוב. בסוף זה מה שבאמת עושה את החוסן. הזמנים האלה המיוחדים, שבהם אנחנו עם פלאפון מחובה, קשובים ונותנים תחושה שאפשר לדבר איתנו על הכל, אנחנו לטובתך.
אז כיצד מגנים הורים על שאר הילדים במשפחה, כאשר אחד מהילדים עובר תקופה של אי התייצבות, והשאר לא? אז איך אפשר לאזן?
איך אפשר להגן על ילד אחד כאשר אח אחר עובר תקופה קשה? שוב, נער בסיכון זה בית בסיכון, והוא כנראה ייחשף למושגים או להתנהגויות שהן לא מושלמות. אין לזה תרופת פלא שמרפא את הכל, ובכל זאת בדרך כלל ספינה טובעת לא בגלל הגלים בחוץ, ספינה טובעת כי יש גם בתוכה חור. אז נכון שלפעמים הבית הוא יותר סוער, אבל אם נשמור הילדים שלנו שבעצמם לא יהיו להם טראומות ונצליח לפצות, קודם כל לעבוד עם הסט כלים הנכון עם הילד שבסיכון. אבל גם עם שאר הילדים להצליח לייצר איתם גם פיצויים ושיחות נפש ותחושה שאנחנו איתכם ומבינים את הקושי שלכם ולא מזלזלים בקושי שלכם, אז זה יעזור להם לקחת את זה בפרופורציות. ובסוף אף אחד לא רוצה לחכות ילד שהוא בסיכון, הם לא באמת נהנים יותר, הם די מסכנים. אז אם יש לו מספיק חוסן, אם יש לו מספיק חיזוק מההורים, אם הוא לא מחפש בכוח להוכיח את עצמו כי אין לו את אותה הטראומה, אז לא זה מה שישפיע עליו לרעה, להפך, לפעמים זה רק מחזק אותם, ואפילו גורם להם בסוף להיות אנשים יותר אמפתיים, אנשי טיפול, שמצליחים להכיל ולקדם גם בחורים במצבים קשים יותר.
זה מה שרציתי לשאול אותך, כי בין השורות אני מבין ממך, כאילו, אם אתה משתמש בכלים הנכונים, אז לא כל אחד יודע את הכלים, הוא מכיר את הכלים הנכונים, אז אני מבין שלפעמים, כאילו, אתה רואה שמשהו לא בדיוק פשוט משפחה, היום זה מאוד נפוץ להתייעץ עם מישהו וללכת למומחה, אני מבין.
נכון, חבל להמציא את הגלגל. התופעה בעם ישראל של נוער שעזב את הדרך היא נפוצה. תמיד היה. אפשר לדבר כבר מגדולי האומה שלנו ועל רבותינו, התנאים, כתוב בגמרא של רבי שמעון בר יוחאי היה נכד שעזב את הדרך. לרבותינו הראשונים הובא על כמה מהם, ובאחרונים על שייח הקדוש, הרב וולבה. יש כמה, הרבה מים חיים, יש כמה מפורסמים שעזבו את הדרך, וגם יש הרבה גדולי ישראל אחרים שהדריכו הורים במצבים כאלה. אז לא צריך להמציא את הגלגל, לא צריך לשאוב את הידע ממקורות זרים. יש לנו מסורת איך עובדים עם נוער שעזב את הדרך, איך מחזקים אותו, איך מעצימים אותו, איך נשארים איתו בקשר טוב. הרב אורי זוהר לימד אותי מהניסיון שלו, כשהוא עבר עם הילדים שלו, הוא גם כתב חוברת קטנה בנושא הזה. אני גם התייעצתי הרבה איתו, ועם עוד כמה גדולי ישראל כשבעצמי עברתי את הנושא הזה. אז בהתחלה כל שכן או כל מישהו שלא התמחה בתחום שנתן לי עוד עצה, זה מאוד בלבל אותי. מאוד למדתי רגע לעצור ולשאול, יש לך ניסיון בנוער שעזב את הדרך? אם אתה איש חינוך מדהים, אבל בחינוך רגיל, חינוך קלאסי, לא בחינוך של ילדים שעזבו את הדרך, זה לא רלוונטי, זה סט כלים אחר קצת. ובסט כלים הזה יש כמה רבנים וכמה ספרים שהתפרסמו ובאמת הועילו לאלפים. ברגע שהצלחתי להתחבר לזה, זה מה שעשה אצלי בבית את השינוי. אז בכל תחום זה ככה, אין מצווה לסבול. אם יש בעיות שלום בית, נכון, זה קצת יקר ולפעמים זה פוגע באגו לבוא ולספר למישהו על הצרות שלי. אבל אם בסוף זה יעלה לי את הרמת חיים, ויהיה לי בית של שלום ולא בית של מריבות, או בית של ניכור ואדישות, אז שווה להיעזר באיש מקצוע. שוב, זה קצת מביך לפעמים. אבל כמו שאם יש לי יבלת, אני לא אגיד לה, לא נעים לי לבוא לרופא, אולי הוא יצחק עליי על היבלת. הוא לא יצחק עליי, זה העבודה שלו. הפוך, אם אני אבוא אליו ואני אגיד לו, תשמע, אני קצת מתבייש, לא נעים לי, הוא יגיד לי, תפסיק לבזבז לי את הזמן, איפה היבלת שלך? לא, אל תראה אותי ככה, אני בדרך כלל אדם מאוד מאוד משומר על היגיינה, וזה... מה אתה רוצה מהחיים שלי? באת אליי, אני רופא אור, תראה לי את היבלת, בוא נשרוף לך אותה. גם בשלום בית, זה לא סותר את העובדה שאני אולי מאוד מאוד מוצלח ב100 תחומים אחרים, אבל אם יש פה בעיות בתקשורת וחוסר אמון, בין אם זה עם האישה, בין אם זה ילדים, אז חבל לא לטפל בזה ולא להיעזר באנשי מקצוע, שזאת המומחיות שלהם.
כיצד מגיב הורה לחרדה או לפחדים של ילדו במצב העולם, מה שקורה בעולם, כאשר הוא או היא בעצמם, חרדים בעצמם מאותם פחדים?
כן, זו דוגמה שלילית לא טובה, ולכן צריך להתחיל עם עצמנו. אני כל פעם הבאתי לרב אורי זוהר שמות של ילדים שההורים ביקשו שנתפלל עליהם. כל פעם הרב אורי זוהר אמר, תפסיק להביא לי שמות של ילדים, תביא את השמות של ההורים. ואם אדם עושה עם עצמו עבודה, אז הוא גם מתקן ממילא את הקשר שלו עם הבן שלו. לדוגמה אמר לי הרב מרדכי אוירבך מתל אביב, שאבא שלו אף פעם לא העיר להם, נגיד על ברכת המזון. הוא בירך בעצמו, הוא בירך בכוונה, וכולם חיכו אותו. אולי צריך להגיד לי, כן בירכת יפה, לא בירכת יפה. אני מתעסק באיך אני מברך ונותן את הדוגמה הזאת. אז זו דוגמה על דרך טובה של מצוות, זה גם לגבי התמודדות עם קשיים. אם אני כל פעם צורח ונלחץ, אני לא יכול מאוד להיבהל מזה שהבן שלי מתנהג אותו דבר. אבל אם אני אעשה פה עבודה עם עצמי, ויש שם הרבה שיטות שעוזרות, לא רק טיפול פסיכולוגי דינמי לשכב על הספה ולבזבז משכנתה על שיחות. יש הרבה שיטות קצת אלטרנטיביות עם כל מיני קיצורי דרך שעוזרות בצורה מהירה יותר לפתור את הבעיה. ואז אם הילד יראה שלמרות שגם לי יש עם זה בעיה, קיבלתי טיפול, עזרתי לעצמי, אני מתקדם, זה ייתן לו השראה פי 1000 יותר טובה מאשר כל השיחות מוסר שבעולם.
מן הסתם, גם מה שאמרת מקודם, כאילו אחרי הפעולות נמשכות הלבבות, אז יכול להיות שגם ככה אפשר.
כן, נכון, לגמרי.
אז אולי זה קשור לשאלה הקודמת. בעקבות הקורונה והמצב הנוכחי של מלחמה וכל ההשפעות שלה, איך נותנים לילדים את חוסן בו זמנית עכשיו? ועוד פעם, הורים חווים את אותם דברים עכשיו, כאילו לא כל אחד פתאום יכול לתפוס את עצמו, ויש דברים שמתפתחים כל יום.
נכון. כן, זה מצב בלתי אפשרי, אנחנו גם עם בלתי אפשרי, אנחנו מנווטים פה בהיסטוריה במצבים שהם בהגדרה בלתי אפשריים. אין קפסולה לחוסן, שבשחרור מושהה משחררת ועושה את העבודה. זו עבודה יומיומית. ובבית הילדים רואים אותנו לא רק כמו שאנחנו בחוץ עם כל הפוזה של האמונה והביטחון, רואים אותנו גם עם הנעלי בית ועם הפיג'מה, רואים אנחנו בעצמנו מגיבים להזקות, או איך בעצמנו הגבנו לכל מצבים מלחיצים. אז שוב, יש כאלה שנורא אוהבים להגיד הכל מתחיל באדם עצמו, והייתם צריכים להתחיל 20 שנה קודם, יש הרבה סיפורים כאלה. אותי זה קצת מייאש ומתסכל, הסיפורים האלה, כי בסדר, אז לא עבדתי 20 שנה קודם, זה עכשיו המצב, זה מה יש, היום אם בקולות תשמעו. אז להתפעל לקדוש ברוך הוא שירחם עליי. אפילו שאני לא כזה צדיק, ואפילו שאני לא כזה מנהיג, ואפילו שאני לא כזה דמות להשראה. מול הבן שלי הוא מסתכל עליי, עבורו אני מייצג אותך ריבונו של עולם, 3 שותפים הם באדם, תעזור לי לעשות את חלקי בצורה ראויה. אז לנשום עמוק, באמת לנשום עמוק, נשימה עמוקה זה מושג מאוד מאוד עמוק, כתוב בספרים שהנשימה העמוקה והמודעת מפרנסת את הנפש האלוקית, בניגוד לנשימה הקצרה והשטחית שמפרנסת את הנפש הבהמית, את המערכות האוטומטיות. אז אם יש לי מצב קשה, אני צריך לעצור ולנשום עמוק, ולהתרגל לפנות לקדוש ברוך הוא, להגיד לו, אבא אצילות, תעזור לי להיות כאן בשליטה. שוב, אני רואה שזה קשה מדי, אז לקחת עזרה מקצועית. ואם אני מצליח כן להתמודד, לא להתרגש מהנפילות. 7 יפול צדיק וקם, אין אדם עומד על דברי תורה, אלא אם כן נכשל בהם, גם אם נפלתי, אל תשמחי אויבתי, כי נפלתי, קמתי. יושב בחושך, השם אור לי, לא נפלתי, לא קמתי. אם לא הייתי יושב בחושך, השם לא היה אור לי. מתוך הנפילה אפשר עכשיו לקום. אפשר גם לבקש סליחה מהילדים, ימינו מדי לחוצים והתפרצנו עליהם. מותר. זה גם שיעור חשוב. ומותר להגיד לילד, בוא תעזור לי, בוא לסלק לי את הטריגרים שמקפיצים אותי, אני אעזור לך עם הטריגרים שלך. אנחנו כולנו פה באותה סירה מתמודדים עם מציאות קשה. בוא ננסה לעזור זה לזה.
זה מה שרציתי לשאול אותך, כאילו, אולי לפעמים זה, האם זה נכון אולי להעלות את הנושא לשיחה? כאילו...
כן, אבל תלוי באיזה גיל, באיזה מצב. אם היחסים מדי טעונים זה יכול להיות מדי מורכב, אם הגילאים מדי צעירים זה קצת יבלבל את הילדים. אבל אם ילד שהוא כבר יותר גדול, הוא כבר יותר מתבגר, הוא כבר יותר צעיר, אז הוא יודע טוב מאוד מי אני ומה אני, ואז דווקא שיחה כזאת היא פתוחה וכנה, יכולה לעזור. אני יכול להגיד לבן שלי, תשמע, יש לי בעיה, כשאני שומע אותך מפצח פיצוחים, זה משגע אותי. זה הטריגר שלי, יש לי מחלה, אני לא מסוגל, אני מתעצבן נורא. בוא נעשה, אני רוצה שתפצח גרעינים, לי קשה לשמוע את זה, אני צריך ללכת לטיפול, אני אעשה את זה מתישהו, אבל בינתיים בוא נסכם, ליל שבת, תן לי לברך ברכת המזון, ואז אני מביא את הפיצוחים לשולחן ואני עובר לספה. מה אתה אומר? לא תייחתי והסתרתי את החולשה שלי, התוודעתי עליה, הוא גם מכיר אותה מן הסתם עד עכשיו. רק ניסינו למצוא פתרון שיאפשר לי לא לאבד את זה, ולא לאבד את ההנאות שלו בחיים. ואפשר למצוא פתרונות יצירתיים, טכניים, איך מסתדרים.
התכוונתי גם כן, נגיד, יש מצב של מלחמה. אז יכול להיות, אז שואל, אולי ההורה יגיד לילדים, כאילו, זה קצת מפחיד לפעמים שיש, כאילו, הוא יכול להוציא מהפה שלו את המילים שאולי הם, אולי...
ברור, זה מאוד מאוד חשוב להמשיג את זה, לתת לזה שם, לתקף את זה. כולנו פוחדים שיש אזעקה. גם אני פוחד, אבל מה יעזור לי לפחד? אז אחרי שנתתי לו תיקוף, ולידיישן לרגשות שלו, אני אומר, אבל בוא, עכשיו מה עושים עם זה? מה אתה מציע? מה עושים עם זה? עכשיו נשמע את ההצעות שלו, אולי נגיד תהילים. מצוין, נרוץ לחדר ביטחון, לממד, עוד לפני התהילים, עוד יותר טוב, מצוין. מה עוד? לתת לא לדבר. ואז גם נתתי תיקוף לרגשות שלו, וגם אמרתי, אוקיי, כולם מרגישים ככה, גם אנחנו. השאלה מה עושים בשלב שאחרי. הרבה פעמים אנחנו מדלגים ישר לשלב שאחרי. ומיד מדברים, הכל משמיים, הכל לטובה, ואז הילד מרגיש, אבל אני פוחד. הסימן שהפחד שלי נובע מזה שאני לא מספיק מאמין. אולי אני שייגץ, אולי אני רשש, אני מעז לפחוד. ברגע שאני לפחד, ברגע שאני קורא לזה שם, אומר כולנו מפחדים, רק מה עושים הלאה? מה מרגיע אותך? לנשום עמוק, מוזיקה, בוא נכין נגן עם שיר שמרגיע אותך, בוא ננשום עמוק, בוא נגיד פרק תהילים, שהוא יגיד, לא לבוא בעצמי עם התשובות, לדובב אותו, שהוא יגיד כמה שיותר דברים, ואז יש סיכוי שנוכל לקחת את הפחד הזה גם לשלב הבא.
איך אתה רואה את ההשפעה של המלחמה על ילדים ומשפחות מנקודת מבט של בריאות הנפש, ומה ניתן לעשות כדי לעזור למתן את ההשפעות השליליות לטווח הקצר וגם לטווח הארוך?
טוב, ההשפעה היא ודאי בעייתית מאוד, הרי זה כל המטרה שלהם. מעבר ללהרוג שני אנשים עם איזה טיל, שזה לא כזה הישג מדהים, הם רוצים לזרוע פחד ואימה בקרב כל שאר הציבור, ולעשות לנו טראומות. זאת המטרה האמיתית שלהם, של הרשעים האלה. והתפקיד שלנו זה לדעת שזאת המטרה שלהם. מצד אחד לעשות את ההשתדלות שלנו להתגונן. מצד שני לנסות להתפלל ולעורר רחמי שמיים. מצד שלישי כן לייצר כמה שיותר עוגנים וכמה שיותר שגרות של ביטחון. לנצל את המצב הזה לחיזוק הקשר, למשחקי קופסה, לשיחות נפש. לעשות כל מה שאפשר כדי לצרוך את הפחד במינון מאוד מאוד מבוקר, מאוד מאוד מסוים. או במילים אחרות, לשמוע חדשות לא כל היום. לא כל היום להציץ לראות מה חדש ולא כל היום להקשיב בכותרות. זה דיכאון ואין בזה תועלת. אז מישהו שר הביטחון או מישהו מתנדב בארגוני הצלה, עליו אני לא מדבר עכשיו. כל שאר האנשים בעולם, הרב וולבה אמר, צריך לשמוע חדשות פעם ביום, לדעת על מה להתפלל. פעם ביום, זה מספיק. לא כל היום. ובדור שלנו זה נורא קשה, כי כולנו סקרנים. כולנו, מי יודע מה פספסתי? מי יודע מה, אולי יש עכשיו משהו, הודעה חשובה? תהיה הודעה חשובה, תדע.
היום יש עדכונים בו זמנים גם כן, כאילו פעם אולי לא היה...
סתם מצאת יצר. חצי מהם בסוף מתגלה שזה פייק, חצי השני זה לא מדויק. סתם, אם יהיה משהו חשוב, תדעו את זה. כל שאר הדברים צריכים למצוא מחייבים חיצוניים שיעזרו לכם לצרוך חדשות כמה שפחות. יכול להתוודות על עצמי, אני החלטתי כשהתחילה המלחמה למחוק, רדיו אין לי, אבל אפליקציה של חדשות כן היה לי, זה מכשיר מוגן, אבל אני מחקתי אותה, כי אני לא רוצה את זה. מצד שני יוצא כן מה יש בעניינים. אז יש קבוצה אחת שהם מפרסמים רק את הדברים הקריטיים, גם לא כל רגע, פעם בכמה זמן, עדכונים קריטיים. זהו, זה שיש לי את הקבוצה הזאת, זה חוסך לי את הצורך לשמוע חדשות ונייס וקווי נייס וכל היום להיות סביב האטרף הזה. אז כל אחד צריך למצוא את העצות ואת המינונים הנכונים עבורו, והכי חשוב שבבית יהיה סאונדטרק של מוזיקה נעימה ולא סאונדטרק של כל הזמן חדשות ופיגועים וצרות, לא בריא.
כיצד הורים שגישתם בחינוך שונה אחד מהשני, איך הם מציגים גישה מאוחדת לילדיהם?
אני לא חושב שאפשר, אבל זה בסדר להציג גם גישה שונה קצת. אם ההבדלים הם בתחום הנורמלי, אז זה מאוד יפה שאבא לא מסכים עם אמא ב100%, ואף על פי כן הוא מכבד אותה. אמא לא מסכימה עם אבא ב100%, ואף על פי כן הם חיים בשלום ובאחווה. זה גם מסר לחיים, לא צריך לעשות הצגות. מצד שני ברור שכדאי, אם יש פערים מהותיים, ללכת באמת לאיש מקצוע ולברר את זה, כי לפעמים בדרך כלל מה שקורה זה שיש צד אחד שהוא מדי קשוח וצד אחד שהיא מדי רכה, ואז נהיה בלגן. אבל אם לומדים, יבוא השלישי ויכריע ביניהם, באמת את הכלים הנכונים והמדויקים לכל מצב, אז זה לא אישי, אני נגדך או את נגדי, אלא לומדים ביחד את המהלך הנכון והמתאים.
מה הם הדרכים לזהות מתי הילד שלי עלול להיות המום או מודאג, מתי כדאי לערב איש מקצוע ומתי רק להיות רגוע?
יש שינוי מדי דרסטי בהתנהגות, אם אני רואה שילד מסתגר מדי, אם הילד מדי מבוהל, לא מספיק אוכל, יש רגרסיה בגילאים הקטנים יותר, אז כדאי להתייעץ עם איש מקצוע. אבל בגדול כדאי לעשות קודם כל את ההשתדלות שלנו ולהיות תמיד עם יד על הדופק. ועם הרבה תפילה שהם יעזור שלא תצא תקלה.
אם מישהו מודאג מהנושאים שאנחנו מדברים עליהם היום, אילו צעדים מיידים עליו לנקוט, וכיצד יכול הארגון כמו הקשיבה לעזור לאנשים?
אז זה שיש אנשים זמינים, שיש להם ידע, גם זה יכול להיות ערן או מטיבתא או הקשיבה באמת, שיש להם אנשים שמצד אחד עם הידע המקצועי, ומצד שני גם עם הידע התורני וההשקפה הנכונה. אז זה עוזר, לפעמים צריך לא הרבה. איך רש"י אומר, הודהו על החמור, מספיק אחד כדי לעזור לו שלא ייפול. אם הוא כבר נפל, צריך 5. לפעמים עצה טובה או הדרכה נכונה ברגע הקריטי יכול לחסוך הרבה בלבול ראש, ולכן כדאי להיעזר בכל איש מקצוע זמין, ובלבד שיהיה באמת מקצועי ותורני, והשם יעזור, שבאמת הקשיבה תצליח להמשיך את מלאכת הקודש שהיא עושה.
אמן. האם תוכל לשתף סיפור של הצלחה שמראה את הכוח הטרנספורמטיבי של חוסן שראית בעצמך?
כוח טרנספורמטיבי של חוסן, זה מילים מאוד מאוד גבוהות. יש כל הזמן, אנחנו רואים סיפורים מול העיניים. כשההורים לחוצים, הילדים גם. וכשאנחנו כהורים מצליחים לקחת נשימה עמוקה, כולנו, שוב, זה לא צריך בשביל עכשיו סיפורים להציץ בספרים. כמו שפעם אמרתי לילדים שלי, בהגדה של פסח, אומרים, אלא שבכל דור ודור עומדים היום לכלותנו, הם צריכים למצוא סיפורים מהעבר. היום אנחנו רואים את זה, אנחנו חיים את זה. מצד אחד האנושות מתגלה מי הטובים ומי הרעים, מי הצבועים ומי אנשי האמת. אשרנו שזכינו שאנחנו בצד הנכון של ההיסטוריה, וצריכים לחזק ולהתחזק כל הזמן. מסתכלים מסביב, יש לנו אלפי סיפורים קטנים כל הזמן. צריכים לתווך אותם בצורה נכונה, לנשום עמוק ועם הרבה תפילה בעזרת השם, עוד יהיה הרבה נחת מכולם.
אמן. למה אתה מאמין שחשוב שאנשים יתמכו בארגון הקשיבה?
ארגון שעושה טוב צריך לגדול, צריך להיות מוכר יותר, ולכן זה זכות. כתוב, הנטפל לעושה מצווה, כתוב עליו הרבה דברים טובים. אז זה זכות לתמוך באנשים שעושים דברים טובים, והרבה בריאות בעולם. שוב, ברגע שדברים מסתבכים, אז זה כבר נהיה הרבה יותר מורכב. וכשזה נוער בסיכון, שהולך עם קוקו ועם סכינים ומטריד את הקהילה, הרבה יותר קל למצוא את המשאבים. אבל פה זה הרבה יותר פשוט, פה הילד עדיין ילד טוב. אם אפשר לעזור לו עם מילה נכונה, עם הדרכה נכונה, לא לפתח טראומה עם כל כך הרבה כאב, אז זה ממש מצווה גדולה וזכות גדולה. שיהיה בהצלחה.
אמן. רב דן טיומקין, תודה רבה.
תודה רבה לכם. בהצלחה.
In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
And when should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual.
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
Hello and welcome back to another year of the Hakshiva annual broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
Last year, we'll recall that we helped Hakshiva raise money to build their new center for ADHD, and we're back this year with a whole new program for you, a whole new set of people being interviewed, a whole new topic. Unfortunately and fortunately, this year we're dealing with the topic of resilience. Unfortunately, because who knows what people have been going through in the last year or so doesn't really need much introduction. On the other hand, the possibilities of resilience and the need for it has never been more important, and Hakshiva this year is not just raising awareness, but is also raising funds to continue to help Hakshiva to do the wonderful work they do in our community with young people and their families. So make sure that you stay tuned for a whole program full of very interesting content, both interviews that you will see coming up on your screen and live people in the studio. As you will see, somewhere around here, yes, I can see it now, there's like people donating. They're streaming across like this. See, there's like in that direction, yeah? And they're streaming from here, and they're streaming across a little bit slowly over here, and you can see all the people, how much they've given. If you don't see your name there, it's probably because you haven't donated anything. So it's probably a good idea if you want your name up in lights and to be world famous and to get publicity and unparalleled publicity. Make sure that you put your name down. If you don't want unparalleled publicity, make sure that you donate and write the word anonymous over there. And that way you get the benefits of donating without all the hassle of world fame and fortune, people coming to your house asking for your autographs and paparazzi and all that kind of thing. Every donation you make, of course, is doubled. Help us reach our target this year, which is $360,000. Yes, $360K. If you have $180,000 spare and you donate it now, we basically met our goal and we can all go home. But then we'd miss all the fantastic content that we have for you tonight. Behind me here, you'll see a screen full of interesting information, like the words donate now. Here you go, donate now. And it tells you that this year's theme is resilience, so that helps keep all that in your mind. And occasionally you'll see things popping up like that, coming up next. And then you'll see what in fact is coming up next. For example, Adi Khan, resident expert and head of all the therapy services in Hakshiva. We interviewed her and we caught up with her. She'll be coming up soon on the broadcast. Check out that. Yossi Wachtel, who now looks like Adi Khan and now looks back like Yossi Wachtel again. It's the 21st century. People always transitioning and looking like other people and all times. Yossi Wachtel will be coming up also on the program. In fact, a whole host of people, both in interviews that you will see on your screen and live in the studio. Here's Rav Shafnos, for example. Do you know who he is? Well, stay tuned to hear what he has to say. All these people have their own expertise that come to the table. So we'll, of course, have in the studio Rabbi Heyman and others coming in, people who have supported Hakshiva for a good amount of time and are well placed for a number of reasons to talk about Hakshiva, the work they do, and this year's topic of resilience. If you have a particular interest in resilience, you should stay tuned. If you have no interest in resilience, you should also stay tuned, but definitely, whether you stay tuned or not, you should donate. How do I donate, you might be wondering? Well, if you're seeing this, then you must be on a page that is got all the donation details on it. Somewhere underneath where I am right now, I think it's underneath, there is a button. Where is it? Underneath me here. I can't see it from where I am, but you can see it. We are already on $114,000, so that's not bad. About a quarter of the way there. Ooh. Yes, how much? 31%. There you go, that's about a quarter of the way, but it's actually 31%. How do I know? I've just been told that in my ear. No, these are not the voices that I hear in my head. That's another set of voices. This is the voice that I have coming into my ear from Live for You over there, Denise, and Nissan and all their extended company and equipment and machines that go ping and wires and screens and microphones and plugs and extensions and things that are taped over here, and an entire set including no expense spared on these very real flowers, which in fact are not. They're here helping, so they are, Denise is in my ear. Here's the couch, the Hakshiva couch. If you want to sit on this couch, for a small donation, it can be arranged. Also, people who have been supporting Hakshiva already will be coming in during this evening and we'll be interviewing them there. You get to see also the full body shot of myself. If you're very lucky, at some point I might remove my shoes and you will see the very exclusively fantastic socks that I'm wearing. In the meantime, I'll be back to annoy you very shortly after this. Check it out.
This campaign is about resilience. And Hakshiva is primary in building resilience, not only in kids, children, teenagers, but in entire families. Our mission at Hakshiva, after 20 years of being here for the community, is to continue to build resilience.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
And just like that, we're back here again, as if no time had elapsed, and we're back. You can see I'm unchanged, even though we were gone for all of 1 minute. Yes, they'll have those little promo adverts coming on during the evening. They're also a sneak peek of what's come. You'll see different people flashing up on the screen, and we'll be hearing from them tonight and tomorrow night. Of course, the campaign continues all the way until tomorrow night, but let's not wait till tomorrow night. If you've got a donation, let's make it happen. The target, as you may recall from when I said it barely minutes ago, is $360,000. It sounds like a lot of money. Well, it is a reasonable amount of money. If you haven't got $360,000, then you can give, $300,000. If you haven't got $300,000, give $100,000. You haven't got $100,000, give $100. You haven't got $100, give $10. $10, give what you can. Everything you give, though, will be doubled. So whatever you give will be twice as much as you actually gave, because our generous matching donors have stepped forward once again to help Hakshiva raise money for their continued operations. I say continued operations because not just that they are continuing, but their operations are continuing to grow and expand. As you will hear in some of the interviews, Hakshiva's departments have expanded significantly. This is the 20th year of Hakshiva. Hakshiva is older than some of the people that come in to use the services of Hakshiva. In that 20 years, Hakshiva has really developed, evolved, and grown from a very beginning grassroots organization to help all sorts of people in the neighborhood. Over the years, they have formalized more and more things, and we hear from Adi Khan soon. You'll hear how she describes the development of Hakshiva, the programming, the vision, programs that they wanted to make happen, but maybe they were a little bit too visionary and ahead of their time. And over the years, they've put things in place till Hakshiva really is rocking. It's pumping over here. I mean, it's pumping here now, but it's also pumping during the week a whole range of programs. In fact, if you just take a peek behind me over here, you'll see all sorts of people. You'll hear all sorts of people, and you'll be able to see what they're actually doing. They're busy, scurrying around, talking to each other, communicating, getting phones ready, calling people. They might be calling you. They might have called you already to say, don't forget about the Hakshiva campaign. Please remember to donate. It's extremely easy. If you're seeing this, if you're not seeing this, then I'm talking to nobody at all, which, yes, story of my life. But if you are seeing this, then you're on the right page. Because not only are you seeing this, but even more importantly, you're able to donate. Not only does it say donate now over here, but it also says donate now somewhere down there underneath where I am. And that's the donate now that you want to click on. Click it, and it will allow you to donate, I guess, as ever much you want to donate. If you want to donate on behalf of a friend, you can also do that. If you want to donate on behalf of an auntie, or an uncle, or a cousin, or a brother, or even just an associate. If you want to donate on behalf of somebody you've just met in the street today, also good. Doesn't really matter who you donate on behalf of, as long as you donate, that's the main thing. To help Hakshiva continue the wonderful work that they do. Every donation, of course, is doubled, and that's it. The donation is $360,000. The theme this year, in case you missed it, and can't see the words behind me, can't read, and have lost all faculties other than the power of hearing, then I will tell you now, it's in fact resilience. What does resilience mean? It's actually a good question what resilience means. We actually put that question to some of our interviewees over the course of this evening, so you'll have a chance to hear from them exactly how they define it. Very interesting. Loosely stated, the ability to bounce back from adversity. Always a present factor in life, always something that people need to contend with, maybe more so in the last year than many of us have in any kind of living memory. The need to be resilient and bounce back has never been more relevant for young people, their families, and their extended families. How do you deal with this as a young person? How do you deal with it as a parent? How do you deal with this as a parent of a young person? How do you show your own strength in the case where you might be feeling weak? All these issues are addressed and more in the interviews that are coming up. as you see, as I mentioned before, down here you've got a kind of a ticker thing. It's called a ticker, I believe. Oh, wait, it's also my name in case I forget it. Very good. It tells you that I'm an education and broadcaster, apparently. But underneath over here, you've got a ticker thing going on. In fact, this way, in fact. Follow the things going over here, you'll see. I'm not sure who that is because I can't see it from that far away. But you'll see that the numbers that are being donated are displayed on the screen. Also further down the page, there are also all sorts of ambassadors. I believe we have 55 different Hakshiva ambassadors working on different teams. Some of the people behind me are representing those teams. Thank you for your support, by the way. You're welcome to continue to donate. If you want to donate for a particular ambassador, you can go down, you can click and see the list of ambassadors. I guess at this point it's not unduly unfair for me to just mention the fact that there is in fact a team Maze. You can look out for it, it's one of the 55, I'm not sure which one of the 55 it is. If you want to donate for our team, that's also good. We won't complain. Each team has their own targets, of course the real target is to help Hakshiva hit their target of $360,000 to help Hakshiva continue the wonderful work they do. This year the topic is resilience. Every year you'll notice that the Hakshiva broadcast has a different theme. This year we've chosen resilience after careful consideration. I say we, I don't really choose anything. I'm just that person that rocks up and talks to people, or talks to myself often. But if you are on this page, make sure, if you're on the page, make sure that you click to donate. We will be hearing from Adi Khan, in fact, in an interview a little bit later on. But for now, you can have a sneak peek by hearing some of the things he has to say, just to whet your appetite. Check it out.
All of us face challenges. I look at people who come in for help as heroes. All this has made Hakshiva realize how important it is, more than ever, for all of us to tap into our inner resilience. Resilience is the opposite of helpless. You're not helpless. Dig deeper, find your strength. You are bigger than life challenges.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
All of us do.
In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
When should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual.
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
Coming to this program means that you want to help your kid succeed and get stronger. Which parent doesn't want that for their kid?
Families make Aliyah, and they want to see that not just their Aliyah is successful, they want to see their kids grow and become successful members of the community. So this really gives the kids the resilience to make it through.
The best thing you could do for your child is to build resilience so that as they go out to the world, they have what it takes to be successful. That's what we try to do here at Hakshiva.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
And here we are back in the Hakshiva studio. Welcome back to our campaign. Hakshiva this year is trying to raise $360,000 to help them continue the wonderful work they do. We have a whole event lined up for you this evening and tomorrow evening, 7 p.m. till 10 p.m. Israel time. Make sure that you stay tuned. You can hear from a range of experts, both in-house and out of Hakshiva. The theme this year is resilience. If you missed it, if you've missed it, then you are not listening to what I'm saying and you're not reading what's on this screen over here, or you just don't care, or you are daydreaming, or you in fact are not even watching this page, in which case I'm talking to not you. On the chances that I am talking to you, make sure that you use the opportunity while you're here, not necessarily to look or listen to me, but look underneath where I am and you'll see a donate button. Make sure that you click it, make sure that you go on it, make sure that you donate an amount of money. Whatever you donate is doubled, and it will help Hakshiva to continue the wonderful work they do in all sorts of areas. This year, as I mentioned, the focus is on resilience, the ability to bounce back from adversity. I don't think we need to go into even too many introductions as to why people might need that, particularly over the past year. And we will have a chance to hear from some of the experts, both in-house and some of our external experts that have come to be part of our program to help inform the topic of resilience and explain a little bit more about why it's so important to help the organisation of Hakshiva continue the wonderful work they do in our community, really helping thousands of people over the last 20 years, celebrating unbelievable, not just the amount of time, but the achievements they made at that time, not just in the amount of people they helped, but in the way that they've expanded their programs to include a wide range of things. You'll be able to check it out for yourself. In fact, some of the people that we're going to interview, you'll see that each one of them is responsible for another department in Hakshiva that has been built and grown over the years. Some of them will actually describe a little bit about how those things came about and how they continue to do the work that they do and the amount of people that they're helping. It's really fantastic. It's moved from frontline work with people that might be considered to be at risk to all sorts of people in our community, just to be able to give people the kind of backup and support they need, both in the sphere of younger children, teenagers and their extended families, parents, couples, really a wide range of programs that they do. It's been a pleasure for me just to be able to interview the people, just to be able to find out for myself how Hakshiva has continued to expand the work they do. And you can be a part of this amazing venture yourself by donating and to help Hakshiva continue the work they do. You can also get informed on some of the deeper expertise that the people that are going to be sharing with us tonight and tomorrow, please God, will have. Coming up very shortly, we're going to hear from Adi Khan, who is the head of therapy services at Hakshiva. No sooner said than she appears on the screen. How does she know how to do that? Nobody knows. We'll also have a chance to meet people in the studio live later on, so stay tuned for that. We have a continued program all the way till 10 p.m. Israel time tonight, and tomorrow night again from 7 p.m. till 10 p.m. Here are some more pictures and titles of the people that are going to be appearing live in our studio, please God, and we'll have a chance to hear from them, not just about their support of Hakshiva, but for some of the very real personal experiences and what brought them to support Hakshiva and their very personal connection, in fact, to the topic of resilience. So stay tuned for that. We are getting ready, I've been told in my ear, this ear in fact, that we are about to hear from the coming up next person, who in fact is Adi Khan. I believe, let me check the time, I think it's about that time. We're ready to go to her as soon as I decide it. So I guess 5, 4, 3, 2, 8, 1, go. Enjoy.
I'm here again with Adi Khan, the Director of Therapy Services here at Hakshiva. Hi Adi, how are you doing?
Hi Mark, nice to see you. Nice to be back.
What inspired you to join Hakshiva?
So I really feel blessed because somehow Hakshiva kind of fell into my lap. Really, when I made Aliyah 19 years ago, I thought maybe I would take a little time off after getting my master's. I'll spend time with my 4 young children. And then suddenly I was approached, and there was a little bit of an issue going on in Ramat Beit Shemesh with a lot of olim, a lot of new immigrants from the Anglo-Saxon countries. And a group of teenagers were making a lot of noise in the park on Friday night. We didn't think at that point, okay, let's start an organization. Let's have a therapy program. Let's have a mentoring program. We just saw there was an issue going on in the community. Who can help? These kids were obviously struggling. The community was new and was unsure of how to handle it. So I was asked if I could have a group of girls at my house Friday night. Thinking, why not? My boys are sleeping. My husband would love an opportunity to go to the basement dish and learn after the meal. So, okay, I'll do it. And that's what's really amazing about Hakshiva. It started with this small group, this small intimate group of teenagers that we just saw they needed help. We saw they were struggling. We listened to their stories of pain. And through them, started the organization. It's really a grassroots organization where we started at the bottom, where we just saw, hey, like this thing looks like it's a little broken, maybe we could fix it. And through that, it's like, hey, how about we do this? How about we do that? It looks like the community is ready for that. But it really all started with these group of girls who are now mothers, married. Some of them have kids in my kids' classes at this point. It's a unique nachas machine, that's the truth, because it's a rare thing to get to see a longitudinal study actually present itself, where you could say, I've been here for almost 19 years now, and I've watched where things were in the beginning for these people and where they are today. And it's an incredible, incredible study, to see. So it started with their stories, listening to them, thinking how, besides being there for them, but how could we prevent this from happening in the future for other teens? And through that, we slowly built really every program in our organization really stemmed from that. And we really always try to meet the community where they're at. Like if we don't feel the community's ready for something, we'll say, wow, that'd be great, but I don't think it's gonna work. So we'll start with something where like a little bit of a reach, always a little bit of a reach, where let's say when I started the therapy program 15 years ago, it was still taboo to send your kid to therapy, but I felt like we were like basically ready. I started seeing early on that, let's say, wow, it would be really nice for the couples, for the parents to be going for therapy, but I knew we're not ready yet. And then now, as we'll discuss, we have a thriving couples and parent therapy unit. But with all of these kind of new initiatives, we really try to have our pulse in the community.
I mean, I've always been impressed with Hakshiva's name. Some people come up with these clever, initials and acronyms. Hakshiva's just what it is, Hakshiva. They just listen and they try to respond to what's needed. In terms of your department, the counselling and the therapy that you run in Hakshiva, what are the main goals of your department, and how do you see them making a difference in the lives of the families and young people that you work with?
So first and foremost, I really like to take the stigma away from therapy, counseling, whatever you want to call it. I make it my business to meet with each family that comes in and really make them feel like, which is true, I'm honored to hear your story, because all of us face challenges. And I think that more and more people are getting in touch with the power of being vulnerable and realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable or that I'm struggling, I am challenged. And I look at people who come in for help as heroes and I make them feel that way, that good for you that you have a struggle just like everybody else, but what makes you so unique and special is they're admitting it, you're owning it, and you're actually coming to get help. So I don't do a standard intake, with a piece of paper, ages of kids, siblings, this. Like, I really want to connect. I really want to just listen to their story, carry that theme, hear them fully, not just like, so what's your problem? What's your issue? What's wrong with you guys? But where are you from? What's your background? What got you here today? Tell me more. I'm interested. I have a license to be curious, and just get to know them and see where we could help. And sometimes where we discover things in these meetings, and this is where Hakshiva is holistic, that maybe they came in for one particular kid, but we're realizing, why don't we start here? Maybe that kid could use a mentor, or maybe that kid really just needs help in the learning center. Maybe you could go for therapy, or maybe this older sister is really the one that's struggling. We try to get like a full picture of the family. I think what's also unique about these meetings is that we're not only about our four walls of Hakshiva. We're very much a community organization. So if I feel like it's important for me to be in touch with their principal, or if I feel like they could really be getting help from a different organization in town, or even a government organization like the Rebacha or the Lishka, or wherever I feel suitable for them, I could make a call and say, you know what, I think that you could tap into this resource or that resource. And sometimes even understand, this is, let's say, this is mental illness that you're coping with, which we could help, but there are people out there that could do it even better. So let me refer you to that organization. And it's an opportunity to kind of I'm a social worker by that's my degree. So while I studied a lot of psychology, and that is something I'm so passionate about, social work is really about tapping into the person's environment and where the environment could help them. And that's really actually what I think builds a lot of resilience as well.
So, it sounds extremely holistic in every part of the family, but in your experience, who benefits most from the work that you do at Hakshiva? And can you maybe share an example of an individual or a family that maybe has been positively impacted by the work that you do?
Sure. Like I said, we started with the teen, and the teen obviously is a broad stage in life. So we start with age 12, we go until they kind of outgrow the teenage years. So that could be 22, 23. And a parent comes in specifically to get help with this kid. Now, in psychology, we call it the IP, the identified patient. I usually believe that there's a lot more to the story than this one client, and he's kind of a smokescreen to all that's going on. That I really like to hear about what's happening with the parents, how's their marriage, how are they getting along as parents. It's interesting because when we talk about what the community is up to, parents are admitting that they're struggling as parents now. A little less so with their couplehood, and I think first of all, struggles in your marriage is a little bit more of a stigma. It also made me realize that, especially in our religious communities, most couples didn't have a long time to be couples. They were married, and pretty soon after they became parents. And they right away wore that hat as parents without really solidifying themselves as couples. So we kind of meet them as parents and then go backwards to their couplehood and kind of almost introduce themselves as we're married, we're a team. How are we working together? Have we been working on ourselves as a couple? Oh, you're supposed to do that? Yeah. So I really, years and years ago, I believe that it was Rav Orlowick who said that 99% of successful kids is shalom bayis. And I was like, oh, that's a very sweet thing to say. And more than ever, I'm seeing that the healthier we make the couplehood, the healthier it leads off to the offspring. That when we strengthen the parent unit, and I don't mean a perfect marriage where everybody's getting along and it's all harmonious, but that the parents are happy, that the home then is happy, the children are happy. And they can still struggle, that's okay. I mean, that's what we're in this world for. But when we really strengthen those parents as couples, we bring more love, we bring more unity into the home, we bring laughter, we bring enjoyment. The kids then are happy to be at home. They feel like they also have a stronger gav, they're standing up straighter, they have resilience. When you have solid parents, you have resilience. You know that you're not alone in this world. You're rooted deeply. And that gives a kid a certain strength to know, I'm going to be okay.
So resilience begins at home.
100%. 100%.
Can you speak a little bit then, you mentioned before about the work that Hakshiva does with parents and couples. What form does that take? How does it start? Someone phones up Hakshiva and says, I need to talk to you about my daughter, my son. And then how does that process work?
So it's a good question, because when we opened it up, we were really doing it to kind of help the teen program, the teen therapy program, because we kept on feeling like, wow, if we can only get, Maishi's parents into therapy or Yael's parents into therapy, how much that would help, the actual individual client. So we knew that we were going to be making referrals from our program, either from cases that had already started, or when they come in for their intake meeting with me and they're coming in for their child, and I'll get a sense from body language, from things that are going on, from things that they'll even say blatantly, like, oh yeah, we don't get along, or yeah, we don't even sleep in the same room, but what does that have to do with our kid? And they'll say it straight out, not even trying to hide. That I'll be like, actually, that does have a lot to do with your kid, and I think that you owe it to yourselves. Don't settle for this. Life could be better. That I'll encourage it. And now as word is getting around, really we're getting intakes that are coming straight to the couples department. The community's getting ready. They're accepting the fact that, wow, there's an address now that we could come to where there are really top family and couples therapists that could help us, and they're calling. So now I would say it's about 50-50. I like to always leave slots for our own referrals, because I want them to I want the two programs to complement each other. But we're definitely getting referrals from the outside as well.
I guess it's important to raise awareness, because I think a lot of people, when they think of Hakshiva, they're like, oh, they help teens.
Right,
and
exactly.
They do, but the way you're explaining it is
that by helping the teen's parents, we're really helping the teen. There's a lot of there are a lot of, let's say, cases where we're working with both, and there are a lot of cases that we start with the parents and we say, let's start with that, and then we'll see what happens, and then we'll maybe start with your kid. And then at the end, we don't need. They're like, it's so weird. Our kid is doing better. And we keep seeing this, and we're like, it's actually so cool. We knew it, but when you actually see it happening, it's really incredible.
Right, chicken and the egg. Meaning, when I notice following my teen or with my child, maybe I've really subconsciously identified a problem with myself, and if I fix that, it'll.
And this isn't about, I just want to say, about blaming the parents. It's not about all the kids' problems are the parents' fault. Mamash not. It's really not that, because the kid is struggling from all different parts of their life. It could be their own DNA, maybe they're wired in an anxious way, they're wired in a depressed way. It could be they're getting bullied in school. It could be they're having, social issues or anger management. And it's not all because the parents are not doing a good job. But when they come home to parents that know how to handle them, that know how to contain them, that don't react in the wrong way or get overly then emotional or starting to blame them or the opposite. or the opposite, just say like, get over it or whatever it is. When the parents then learn how to handle their child's struggles, whether the struggles are coming from home or the struggles are coming from outside of home, that is like a huge weight off the child.
So I guess that's literally this year's theme. I build my resilience at home, and then all the other complexities of my life are that much more easy to navigate.
They're lighter, yeah. And they're exactly.
So if someone's worried about some of the issues that we're discussing now, or they realize that maybe, oh, that sounds relevant to me, what exactly are the steps that they should take, and how can Hakshiva help? How do they get moving?
How do they do it? Okay. They call Hakshiva 992-5152. They speak to the secretary. Our secretaries are not just secretaries. Our secretaries are literally like the face of Hakshiva. I almost feel like, I don't know, there needs to be a special name for them. They're incredible. They're the first call. So they are both in terms of their own talent and how they're trained. They're there to answer a person that A, is in distress or uncomfortable because they're asking for help. And I listen to them, and it's incredible. They first kind of just try to hear the person out and then decide which program this person would be most applicable for. So let's say it's for me, they're requesting therapy, they need therapy. Rivka or whoever the secretary is at that time will make an appointment with me. They schedule it usually within the week, tops 2 weeks. They sit with me for a full hour. In that hour, I get to know them. I get to know their child. I get to also feel like I not only understand the unique challenges that they're facing so they know what service to provide them, but also the personality, because especially for teens, the click, like the right match, the chemistry between child and therapist is so critical. So I also kind of want to, I'm like a bit of a matchmaker where I feel like it's so critical to make that match right. And then I get back to them and, after a week or two, find the right therapist and then set it up. Now, what's amazing about Hakshiva is we're really holding our families, meaning our therapists, while they have, they are in a sense, in a way like private, because you're working with them and you feel like it's private. They're making their own hours with the therapist. They're in touch with their therapist, but there's a lot of accountability. Every one of our therapists has to meet with me, and I kind of want to know where the case is holding. They also meet with Caroline Pizer, or in the couples therapy, Joy Epstein, where they are getting weekly supervision on every case. So they're not just this lone wolf like sitting in their private office. They're really they have to make sure that they have what to show for themselves. People also are really liking to come to Hakshiva because there is a safety to a clinic setting. Like it used to be like, oh no, I don't want to come to a clinic. Now in this day and age, people feel safer knowing they're part of a clinic. We even have cameras, just no audio, just visual. We never had to tap into it, thank God. But there's a feeling of safety in the room. All of our, this is a lovely couch, but we have all of our therapy rooms just have a very warm, inviting feeling, which is so important for the setting of the therapy. To just feel like, oh, I like being here. Like it's pleasant for me to be in this room. And then it continues. We like to assess after a year of therapy so that it doesn't schlep forever just because it's like, oh, my therapist is a nice person to talk to. We like to kind of pause at a year to assess, are we continuing? If so, there needs to be a real reason for continuing, or is it time to terminate?
You speak about the transition of Hakshiva kind of from the 19 years ago to where it is now, and you've seen how it's grown and how the community has become more ready, as you call it, for things. Do you feel that people find Hakshiva maybe more accessible nowadays because maybe what at one time might have seemed stigmatic is much more normative? Totally.
Meaning, let it be clear, we are here for our original group too, like our group of whatever you want to call at-risk teens are definitely still part of Hakshiva. We love them. We're there for them. We welcome them. I definitely don't want to be an organization that is trying to hide that group. They're the beginning, and they are still a big part of our organization. But I think now, especially because, first of all, it's been so many years, and we have had the schus of helping so many families, though we don't have to keep explaining ourselves anymore, like, oh no, we do more than work with kids at risk, because we're getting calls from, from the community, from obviously parents, but schools are referring to us, Rabbanim are referring to us, even government, organizations are referring to us as well. Like the police will refer to us, the Revachah will refer to us. So we're out there, and they know the different work that we do. Obviously, it's investment to keep on letting everybody, stay current in what we're doing. Like, oh, I didn't know you guys were doing social skills groups. Oh yeah, we started that this year also. We did it. So it's always evolving, and there's more and more that we're introducing. But I think at this point, people know that we have many different programs. We help many different types of people, and that a lot of our work is preventative as well. So I think that we are like out there, like we're on the map now.
Can you share a success story that maybe embodies the mission of Hakshiva, that maybe you've encountered in the work that you do?
It's funny, therapists always are scared of the word success. I'm not really scared of it because they feel like, because they're always thinking about what else needs to be done, and I'm going to share a story of the success of just the kind of the thinking of the clinic, and the story is still in the middle stages of development in therapy, because I think it really shows how when you think a different way and more family-oriented, how you could really save a child. A single mom came to Hakshiva. She heard about us from her son's school. And the Yoetzet, the guidance counselor of the school, referred them to Hakshiva, saying I think I've seen a lot of their work. It's a great place. Go bring your son there. I see that your son is in constant distress, and he's not doing well in school. He's not doing well socially, and he just looks like he's in too much stress for a 13-year-old boy. So the mom came in. And this is a divorced couple. So I met with the mom. She made the call, and she said that the truth is my son really needs to learn how to cope better with our divorce. He feels like he's constantly in the middle because my ex-husband is not speaking to me and speaks negatively of me, and I am now getting remarried, and he is told to not like him and told negative things about my future new husband, and my son is constantly caught in the middle of not being able to tell me things and not being able to tell my ex things, and I just feel like he needs a lot of support because of this hardship that he's going through. And something inside me was saying, okay, we could support him, but that would be like a Band-Aid. And a few years ago, that's all I would really have to offer. I would get him a lovely therapist that would listen to him, and that for sure is a positive thing, but we would just be kind of perpetuating the real issue, which doesn't belong to this poor 13-year-old. So I said, something here is not sitting well. And I said, wait, can I have the Yoetzet's number? So she gave me the Yoetzet's number. I called up the Yoetzet and I said, this case is for the parents. She's like, I know, but you can't put them in the same room. I don't think it's going to work. So I said, this is what I need you to do. I want you to be the objective person coming from the school, call both the mother, call both the father, and tell them that I think that you guys need to go to Hakshiva to get help with how to deal with your son. Let's call him Yishai. And through that, Yishai will also get like his own help. You have a lot going on, Dad, you have a lot going on, Mom, and I think that you both should call Hakshiva. What happened is the dad, because what would happen if I told the mom, like, okay, I'll call the dad, then it's like I'm from the mom side, and like, oh, what did my ex tell you? This kind of came in, they both feel like they're owning the project. I'm giving them to a really amazing trained family therapist who is first of all, hearing them both out, validating, and getting each person to feel safe, but now finally owning responsibility of they need to work things out better because it's killing their kid. And now they're learning ways of how it's important to put away their egos aside, their anger aside, to help this kid. Now, this is a unique situation because it's couples therapy on a couple that is no longer a couple, but we're looking at it as like, wait, no, this can't just be about the kid. And my therapist reported to me already that he met with the kid in the beginning and now he met with him now, and he's like, this kid doesn't really need therapy. He's a great kid. He's a great, great kid that really has a lot of resilience, but his home was a mess. But his own inner world is really, really healthy and strong. So he doesn't need the therapy. He just needs his family to figure out how to better work this system.
Finally, why do you believe it's important for people to support Hakshiva, and what impact does their support have on the wider community?
Well, as I said, I've been here now for about 19 years, so I really, really get to see what goes on, both in the scenes, behind the scenes, and this place is really kulo chesed. It's there to help the people. And it's from the top down. I'm blessed, and I think that's the reason why I haven't left. People are like, you're not getting bored, or I'm like, no, I'm still excited. I still feel passionate. I still feel proud because this organization is the real deal. We're honest in every way, but most of all, we're honest to the community, and we're here to help you. And I also just see that, when I just recently spoke to the CEO about a new initiative that I want to make, and I feel really it's really, really important in working again with what we're going to call it the Merkaz Horim V'Yeladim. Working again, remember everything goes backwards. So now I want to have a center where we're working with young children and their parents, so that we're developing healthy relationships with parent and child from a young age. Because a lot of our work in the teenage years is repair about things and mistakes that we're still harboring from the past. Oh, well, very nice that my dad, stopped yelling at me and controlling me, but he did that for me for 10 years. And I don't want to forgive him so fast. So if we could kind of help the young child and help the parents through dyadic work, I feel like that could also just prevent so much and like we keep saying, just build resilience from the start, really from the get-go. So we don't have real money for this program, and I'm begging the CEO, but now's the time to do it for various reasons. I really, really want to start it next year. And he's like, okay, let's do it. I'm like, do we have the money? He's like, not yet, but I believe that the community needs it, and we can't turn our back on the community if you're telling me that that's what they need right now. And this is what I've been living with for 19 years. Just a pure approach to helping, to accepting, to really, because I work in the community that I live in, and people are like, isn't that challenging? And I'm like, no, I get to wake up in the morning and help my people, my nearest and dearest, and no one knows them better than the people that live with them. I know them. I know what they're going through. I know how amazing they are. I know all the other things that they're doing in the community as well. And that only makes me admire them and respect them more and see them holy. So I think that it really is a special and unique organization. I think I'm the proof that I'm still here. And so long that I'm living here in this community and alive and well, please God, I plan on staying here for the long haul. Bezat Hashem.
I'm sure we're all richer as a result. Adi Khan, Director of Therapy Services, thank you so much.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
We are back in the Hakshiva studio. Hope you enjoyed listening to Adi Khan, Head of the Therapy Services at Hakshiva. A very, very interesting and informative interview, not just about her own personal connection to Hakshiva, but about the way in which the program has become more grown into itself, expanded, and now is addressing more and more pushing the frontier areas of both the lives of young people, teenagers, wider family, couples, really very interesting things. Welcome back to our live studio where we are in the middle of our campaign to help Hakshiva raise money to continue the wonderful work they do, particularly this year focusing on resilience. As I mentioned to you earlier on in the program, the target is $360,000. Every donation you make is doubled. We are at $127,300 or thereabouts. We are 35% towards our goal, which is fantastic, but not fantastic enough. So make sure that you, if you're going to donate, do it. How do you donate, you may be wondering? Well, if you can hear my voice or you can see my face, then you must be looking at this page. And I'll sit straight, as I've been told in my ear. Sit straight, it's like being at home again. And underneath here, I can't see it, but you can, there's a little button you can click that says donate. Click that and make sure you make your donation to help us get beyond 35% towards 100% of our goal of $360,000. Every donation is doubled by some of our generous supporters of Hakshiva. Speaking of people who support Hakshiva, we are very privileged to be here in the studio live with the Naders, and they are here and we're going to hear from them basically now. So welcome to the Hakshiva studio.
Thank you very much, Rabbi Mays.
All right, thank you. So I really would like to ask you both a little bit about the journey. How did you come to be involved with Hakshiva in the first place? And yeah, let's start with that.
Well, we've been involved with Hakshiva actually, I think, almost from the beginning of the organization. There was a fellow named Rabbi Yonasan Martin who was the founder of Hakshiva, and he worked together with our son-in-law, Shalom Iskowitz, and immediately we saw that they were doing things which we thought were critical in the life of any Jewish community. All Jewish communities, I think, are focused on their children, and sometimes children need a little bit of extra help. And when they need that help, sometimes the parents can't do it, the schools can't do it. They need another organization to supplement what they normally get and give them that little boost, that extra bit of confidence that allows them to succeed in life. And I always learned from my dad that you can't help anybody more than when you help a child. Children are the precious part of every community, and we feel very blessed to be able to be a part of Hakshiva and to see it grow. I mean, when we first came in contact with Hakshiva, they were in a little, it was sort of a caravan. And the kids used to be, they hardly had any room. And then we went ahead and helped build this building, and we think it's a big bracha for our family.
And when you come into this building and you see what's going on, I mean, tonight obviously it's been refurbished to become a call center behind us and a broadcast studio. But when you come in and you see, anyone who comes in and sees it straight away, a piano, pool table, table tennis tables, upstairs, therapy rooms, different, to see the way in which the building has got like a beating heart, that must be very special to see.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's a very special feeling when we come in and we see how lovely it is, and when you see young people here getting together, spending time, rather than being home alone or hanging out on the streets. they're in a place where they feel comfortable, and we know that they're being well cared for, and it's really wonderful.
So you mentioned people being, not having to hang out on the streets, whatever it is, being in a place they're well cared for. I guess if we can just bring it more to focus on this year's theme, which is resilience, and we've got lots of experts that are talking about resilience, but I guess each person in their own lives has their own experiences, and in the last year we don't really need to stretch our minds too much to understand the need for people to be able to have that ability to bounce back from adversity or knockdowns or trauma. When you hear that theme in Hakshiva this year, obviously it's not new to any of the work that Hakshiva does, but I think sometimes when it comes into focus, what are your thoughts when you hear about the theme resilience? What does that kind of bring out for you?
I think what we all have to understand is that during this last year, children in particular have lost their sense of security. Last week, we took part in a symposium which was in Rehovot, where a sociologist who deals with the Mefunim from the north was talking. And he was talking about these families where they no longer have a home. Now just imagine, overnight, you have a home, you have a garden, you have your pets, and then the next day, you don't have a home, you don't have a garden, you don't have your pets, you're in a hotel room, 5 people in a small hotel room, and you have lost your total security. And what I think this social worker was talking about is how we have to help these people to bounce back. That's what resilience is all about. It's about bouncing back. I was a professor of chemistry. We talk about bouncing up and down rubbery types of materials. And I think children are like that. They go through various stages. And what I believe Hakshiva tries to do and does very successfully is find what angle they can work with these children to best enable them to cope.
I think you summed that up so perfectly, not just in terms of the situation, but in terms of how resilience works. In terms of, being supportive of Hakshiva, these campaigns are very important because it really applies to everyone. Some people say, oh, well, I'm not in a position to... You don't have to donate a building. You can, everything's doubled. What would your message be to people who might be thinking, I get asked a lot of times to donate to things, I can't donate to everything. What would your message maybe be to those people?
Well, first of all, you have to put it into perspective. Most of the people that I'm trying to get to donate to Hakshiva either come from the States, you can tell from my accent that I'm not from London, right? So they either come from the States.
I can tell that you have this is not an accent. So
oh,
I can tell
right,
what the accent, yeah.
Or they come from Rehovot. And I think what they are sensitive to and what they appreciate is that they appreciate being part of Am Yisrael. And this year, I think the message, aside from resilience, is one of achdut, of unity. And it isn't hard to get them to donate here because they feel that many of these kids are part of their own families. So they want to help. They want to give money to Hakshiva because it's like when we lose a soldier during the war. I've gone to funerals this year. I don't even know the family, but it was like I lost my own child. I feel that's why people are willing to give, because they feel now that every Jewish child is precious, and that if they can help that child, they're going to go ahead and do it. And I don't think it's an issue of giving to Hakshiva and not giving to another place. I think it's an issue of trying to support all of the worthy causes. And certainly, Hakshiva is very high among those worthy causes.
Right. As a communal institution that has chosen to focus on young people, in many ways it embodies exactly the things that people are looking. People often say, what can I do to help? And it's often the most basic grassroots thing that you can think of. People are helping in many ways, as you said. But here's something that's, in practice, someone pointed out that one of the ways to fight back is to not allow the tactics of terror to be successful. And part of that
tactic is to have a long-term impact. And here, Hakshiva are trying to make sure that people have the ability to be young, and to be kids, and to be happy.
If I could just interject something very, very personal today. I don't know what happened in Ramat Beit Shemesh, but this morning I was awoken by an alarm, right? There was what we call an azaka. The sirens went off. And this was about 6:20 in the morning. And here you go to sleep at night, a plain senior citizen in Rehovot, and you're woken up by a ballistic missile coming into you from, of all places, Yemen, from the Houthis, who don't even know right from left or left from right. And that's what we have to deal with here. And therefore, we are all in this together. And when a child is suffering, I'm suffering. Whether that child is my son, my granddaughter, or your son or your granddaughter. And everybody here wants to help, and that's the most important thing. Sometimes I think in the news and the media, where they emphasize all of the fighting in the political area, the political arena, they don't understand how united the Jewish people are right now since this war started.
Can you just go on, how did you feel this morning when you were woken up at 6:20 by a siren?
It was a little frightening. You know, I actually last week I said, thank God we were able to walk the streets and not worry about alarms and rockets falling and that things were quiet, people were out, life was going on. And all of a sudden this morning, it was shattering. And I mean, this whole experience with the war, I know for myself, I can, an older person, I deal with it, I'm able to talk about my feelings, but very often young people cannot express their feelings, and it has been an extremely stressful year. And when they have a place and people to talk to, this is what we have to do. We have to build that resilience. We have to bring them back to the level where they feel comfortable and don't feel such stress.
If I might just add something, I think one of the visions of Hakshiva is intervention. In other words, you don't want to wait until the situation reaches the point where it's really a crisis situation. And we have a whole bunch of programs in Hakshiva where we try to intervene as soon as we see that a child is showing some signs of discomfort, dismay, uncomfortableness, and that's a very important thing.
I mean, you mentioned this, that suddenly it's shattered, and you think, I have the ability to deal with this, but many people can't. Some of the issues that have come up is that even the parents sometimes, they're also very anxious. Often they're more anxious than the children because some of the parents are more in tune with what's going on in the news, they're following it more closely, and so they have to somehow process this themselves, and they have to be there for their children and show strength to their children while they themselves are feeling that anxiety. So it's quite a balancing act in many ways. Have you experienced that at all, the balancing act that people have to go through? Because Hakshiva have continued to work not just with young people, increasingly with couples, with parents, because they also need...
One of the issues that came up when we were having this discussion last week, so you have to picture this. This was a group of, I would say, 75 older people and a sociologist, really a clinical, psychological sociologist. His name was Mike Roper. You might have heard of him. He writes for the Jerusalem Post. And he said that one of the issues that people have to deal with is that they've lost control. We as modern people, well, first of all, as Orthodox Jews, we know where control ultimately lies. But still, I think if you would talk to the average parent, the average adult, they would like to say, I have some control over my life. What the war has done to many families is taken that control away. And the children sense this more than anybody. And I think what Hakshiva does, through their counseling, through their therapy, through their assistance, is they start giving that back to the child to understand that there is hope, that everything isn't desperate.
So we are about to go to our next interviewee, but before we go, what message would you have to people out there who are hesitating around the donate button?
Well, the message that I would have is that I know that there are many ways that you are asked to give your money, but I think what you should ask yourself is what is going to determine the future of this country. And what's going to determine the future of this country is the health of our children. And if you can give money to help children, I think that it's money well spent.
Dr. and Mrs. Nader, it's been a great pleasure to have you here live in the studio with us to experience the excitement and what's going on in the air, and hopefully we're moving very swiftly towards our goal of $360,000. We'll be back in the studio live, but in the meantime it gives us great pleasure for you to be entertained and informed by the interview with Yossi Wachtel. You'll hear what he gets up to. This is part one, and we'll be back for a break very shortly in the middle, and then we'll have part two. Join you soon. I'm here with Yossi Wachtel, the Director of Teen Services at Hakshiva. Hello, Yossi.
Hello, Mark.
Good to see you again. I've probably asked you this a couple of times, but what inspired you to join Hakshiva?
Wow. Beit Shemesh have over 52% of their population under the age of 18. Only 5% of the population of Beit Shemesh are elderlies, which leave us to deal with many, many, many teens and young children and young couples and young families in this city. It's the second to the largest city of growing population in the country. So for me to come into this city 17 years ago and seeing the growth, I wanted to be the positive force to be able to give as much as I can from myself to this huge growing population.
Wow. So in terms of the department that you manage, you direct the teen services in Hakshiva, what are the main goals of your department, and how do you see those goals making a difference in the life of young people and the families that you work with?
Our department deals and helps many different variety of different children, parents, and families. We have our youth centers who work at nighttime, from 7, 8 o'clock till 12, 2 in the morning. Rama Aleph, Rama Gimel, different hours, different days, different groups, giving them a place to be, a place that they can call home, a place that they can feel safe. Out of those hours, there are many, many hours all day. I sit with parents, I sit with teenagers, me and my staff, everyone individually. We find exactly the right type of teenager to the right exact type of madrich or madricha who can meet them individually on their own times, not in the group settings. And we give them, and we learn them, and we hear them out, and we sit with their parents. Many times what we find is a very big difference, big par between what the parents see and understand their child and what the child sees, how the parents see him or her. And it's a very big gap that we try in our program to combine and get them closer together. We work a lot with the parents. Baruch Hashem, we have in Hakshiva a lot of surrounding different groups of help, of therapy, of family therapy, of private mentoring, each one to what it is. But in our specific programs, we find what else is needed except what we can give them. When we start a relationship with a teenager, it's a long-term relationship. It's not from today to tomorrow. I could just say that just last week, I sat with somebody who I haven't seen, and I didn't remember where I know him from. Sorry. 3 years ago, I sat with him, and he was home for a while. He wasn't succeeding in yeshiva. And his parents said, listen, anything we tried, there's nobody to talk to. And he came to sit with me, and after 2-3 hours sitting with him, having a good time, and really seeing the difference that he feels to what his parents see in him, he felt what's right for him, and he found what's good for him. I personally wasn't the one who came up with the idea of what he should do and where he should go. after sitting with the boy for so many hours, I was able to help him build his resilience for himself, for his life of where he is today, with his parents, with his teachers, with the rebbes. And he came to give me an invitation to his wedding. So I've met him along the way. I've been in touch with the parents along the way. We've met afterwards. They were worried something's going to happen again. And we built together with them, with the parents, with the child, along the way. I was even in touch with the yeshiva to make sure to give him a gabbai job or some other thing to give him a little bit more of what he needed. But that is the little bit of what our program does. We sit with the individual, we feel the difference between him and his parents. Many times there is, many times there isn't. Many times there's differences between the parents. The father wants one thing and the mother wants the other thing and the kid can't. He doesn't know what to do to make both of his parents happy. And it's difficult. One parent wants this type of yeshiva, one parent wants this type of army. It's very, very difficult. We're in a very, very mixed community, a wonderful, beautiful crowd of people, and there's everything. And you want to be able to fit in. The situation we're in right now in the war after the pandemic, what people are going through are very big, are very different. Us as adults could understand. I know people who wash their hands much more now than ever. I know people who come home from shul on Friday night and wash their hands. Many people do that all the time. I know certain people who've done it only since COVID. I know people in shul that go like this a lot more than actually giving you a good Shabbos or a good morning. People take things as adults, they know how to deal with it. As children, not necessarily everybody knows how to deal with it. My own child learned Aleph Beis on the phone. Aleph la'aziz, Mem la'aziz, Daled la'aziz. That's how they taught him. And it's very difficult for a kid. And when he came back into school, there wasn't, $1 million programs of how to let them into it and understand what they really know. It's difficult, it's hard. So different ages suffer from different things. And those are the parents feel it and see the differences in their children. Same thing about the war. The war right now is for sure giving a lot of pressure in the air. As an adult, each one knows how to deal with the pressure in his own way. Some eat more, some exercise more, some sleep more, some daven more, some take upon themselves barbecues for soldiers, some bake challah baking, many Tehillim groups. Adults have the way to talk to Hashem, to talk to their spouses. They have that relationship that they're adults. Teenagers don't always have that. We have teenagers who come into the youth centers cursing for no reason. You sit down with them and you say, what's going on? Why are you? I don't know. I really don't know. And I know these boys for a few years already. They weren't like this. There's a lot of pressure that teens don't necessarily know how to express themselves. Parents, as adults, have their own mechanisms. So schools try to give more vacation days, more cholent on Thursday night, more kumzitzes, more outings, more doing for the community, more learning. But it doesn't always reach and give the kid that feeling that he needs to build within himself. Now, at home it's the same thing. The parents are suffering from a child who doesn't know how to express himself. And they are having a trouble with communication between themselves. So many times it comes out, I don't know, my girl doesn't want to go to seminary next year. She's finishing 8th grade. No reason. I do not want to go to school anymore. Why? I was fine during the war. I was fine during this. I was fine during that. They had a strike. There's so many different things in our country. Baruch Hashem, what keeps us on our feet. And the kid is like, Histadarti. What don't I know? Luach HaKefel? I know. I know times table. I know what I need. What else do I need to know? Type? Give me a smartphone and I'll type as much as I can. What's the problem? And what are you going to tell? What are you going to tell parents who tell you, or children who will tell you, I have no reason? No reason. There's many people who didn't go to college and are very successful people today. What am I going to say? Go to college? Go to yeshiva? Go to seminary? They tell you that not everybody does. Not everybody needs to. Everything is changing, right? Everything is changing all the time. So parents come with these difficulties, and they sit with us. They sit with the staff and with myself on a daily basis, and we try to find where these parents can find their kochot. How can we build their resilience between the parents, between the family? When we come home after a long day, we want to sit down, we want to discuss something. We know we have to make it out to shul, we have to make it out to our shir. We have, as adults, we try to delegate quickly when we walk in the house. On the way home from work, what did we pick up, drop off? It's not always like so simple as it used to be for the children. They sometimes need much more than that. They sometimes say, okay, or career is more important, or shir is more important, or davening is more important, or mommy or daddy is more important. Everything else is important. Soldiers feel that way, spouses feel that way, yeshiva bachrim feel that way. Everybody feels that there are other people because they don't have time. And life is such a rush, there's no time. Even on a vacation, where are you going to go? What are you going to do?
See, it's funny, you are the director of teen services, and yet you have spoken significantly about parents. How significant is the role of parents in addressing many of the issues that you encounter with teens? I mean, we're talking about resilience, but how significant are the parents in that process?
From speaking to all my colleagues in Beit Shemesh, different people we work with, different organizations, out of Beit Shemesh, Yerushalayim, Beitar, anywhere around the country that we work with, even in Chutz La'aretz when we send kids to sometimes whatever is better for them, parents are a significant role and play in the situation of where their children are. It's not to blame or it's not to fix, but that is the only one, it's the only person who can actually have some stronger impact. A lot of what the teens are angry about, a lot of what the teens are suffering from, miscommunication with the parents. When a child says, I want to go, the parents hear, I'm going. Some. When a parent says, you cannot go, a child hears in his ears, oh, that means I can't go there anymore. My parents don't let me go. But if they sit down for add in a couple of more syllables, and they say, today doesn't work out for me to let you go. I need you home at a certain hour. I wanted to. The child can understand, oh, so when yes. And they can have a conversation. Many, many times after long periods of years of not having that small extra communication between spouses, between children, that is where a lot of times the separation happens, and we feel it as sitting with teens and sitting with parents. I don't understand. I sit with a parent, I sit with a mom and a dad, and they're like, all they want is their best for their child. People take off hours of work, people work extra hours just to be able to have extra meetings with people for the sake of their children. They're not asking, give me a pill and take care of my child. No, they really want to do best for their child. But the small conversation between the two is sometimes a very, very big separation. And when I sit with the child, he wants exactly what the parents want. They just do not know how to communicate at the right way. So many times what we do is sit and I do not like to use the word mediate, because I like to use the word have a conversation together. We really talk out everything, and we put away the emotions, because there's a lot of anger and a lot of misunderstanding and why, and I told you and I gave you and I let you and I was for you, where are you, but you never, and I told you. There's a lot of that. There's another big topic that I have to bring up as well to answer your question is we see a lot of parents who are suffering with not knowing of what to do when. What do you do when? I found a cell phone under my child's pillow. What do you do when my kid doesn't wake up to school anymore and there's nothing I can do to wake him up? I'm yelling at him, I'm promising him, mivtzaim, whatever it is, he's just not willing to go. What do we do? What do we do right now? We'll come and discuss it, but right this moment, what is the right act to do? Now, there's a lot of anger of my child's not succeeding. He's not waking up on time to school. My child's not, he's hiding from me so many different things. Who knows what he was exposed to? We discussed we're going to get him a phone at the right age, but what happens now? Did we lose all our trust with him? Do we take it away from him? Is it even his? Did he steal money? How does he do that? What's with the siblings? Did they also were they affected from it? Which is his friend? It's that friend. I told you it's that friend, and you hear that on a daily basis. It's that one friend who took him down. It's that one friend who I knew from beginning, and I said, don't not let him to go to that house. What are you going to do? You can't, there's no magic to actually say, you know what? Let's erase that kid's number from your phone and never talk to him again. You see him in shul, or in school, or on the block, or wherever it is. You see him all the time. And it's very important to realize all of this is really parents. There's a lot that the parents have to know how to use, which terminology to use to their children. Not, you can't go, I don't let you go. Today doesn't work out. I would love to go with you to the beach too. I can go on Wednesday. What do you have? What could we do? There's a lot to be able to discuss with each other that you can really build very, very strong relationship, very strong resilience, that the parents can help the child learn how he could become closer to them and they can be closer to him. So I'm going to just say again, a lot of what we do here is sitting with parents and with teens to find the right solution for that specific family, for that specific child. It's not a specific derech that we are pushing for. We are pushing for the right direction for that child. What is going to be the best for him? Is it going to be the best for him? A yeshiva, a school, this place, that place, whatever is good for that kid, whatever works for that family, we want them to be able to feel and we want them to be able to fill their full potential as much as possible. That is our goal.
One of the strongest elements of building resilience is stability and security. When someone makes aliyah, their stability goes through a change. And what's beautiful about Hakshiva is that there are so many different parts of Hakshiva that can help a family in different ways. There are just so many things that kids are flooded with when they enter the school system. His educational needs, his self-esteem, and overall being more confident he can actually succeed.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
And when should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. Sorry to interrupt. I know you're enjoying the interview with Yossi Wachtel. We'll go straight back to that after this short break where you get to be distracted by me. I guess the distraction isn't really a distraction. It's actually bringing you to focus if you're enjoying the evening. And I guess even if you're not, it's a chance to help support Hakshiva, as you'll see over here. Donate now. Now, I guess, is probably now. No time like the present, as they say. So if you are not sure what's going on, I'm not sure where you've been or what's going on in your mind. But just to remind you, Hakshiva is an organisation in Ramat Shemesh that helps in the community from the grassroots up. It helps with young people, with their families, teenagers, kids, parents, couples. They have therapy services. They have all sorts of after-school programs, educational programs, drop-in centres, hangout centres, all sorts of things they do and more. If you stay tuned, you'll hear even more about what they do. This year, the topic of our annual broadcast is on resilience, about how to contend with some of the difficulties that people go through in life, maybe particularly in the last year, that being more relevant than ever, be it the young people, their families, and the support networks that they may have. Hakshiva's here, doing their work, frontline as always, and you can have a chance to help support them. The goal this year is $360,000. You may not have that on you right now. That's okay. You can go out and get it if you want. And if you haven't got it, don't worry. Every donation you make is doubled by the generous donors who have stepped forward to help match any funds that you give. So we're now up to 36%, which is $133,858. Which is a very precise number. If you'd like to change that figure, you can in the upward direction by donating, as in when, well, I guess the word now would be the clue in the donate now thing. How do you donate? Well, that's also a very easy thing to do. If you can see me, unlucky. But if you look just further down here, you'll probably see, well, I can see the floor, but you underneath on the page can see much more, including the donate button. If you hit that button and go to that area of the page, you'll be able to donate and make your contribution to help support the wonderful work that Hakshiva does. In addition to our interviews that you'll see on your screen, we also have live features going on in the studio. Before we had a chance to catch up with Dr. Nader and his wife, who are very, very long time supporters of Hakshiva. Coming up is Mr. Heyman. Will come up. We'll have a chance to hear from him a little bit later as well. All of these people, of course, not just supporters of Hakshiva, but have their own first-hand take on resilience and dealing with adversity. We'll have more of that later, but I think their message was, at this time, if you want to be of help to the Jewish people at large, we want to try and help in the most effective ways possible. One of those ways is to help support the building of our young people for the future generations. So really, there really is no real thing like donating to a place like Hakshiva, and tonight you have the option to do that. Our broadcast tonight goes from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Israel time. Same tomorrow, a jam-packed program full of more information, interviews, live in the studio, and hopefully pushing on towards our goal if we haven't already achieved it tonight, which I'm sure we'll probably achieve it tonight. Yeah, I've just looked around to nobody and concluded on my own that we're going to get to that goal tonight. How do I know these things? I don't actually. $360,000 is the goal. We're about 36% of the way there, $133,000. So if we want to get at least halfway there, we want to get up to about $180,000 in the next few minutes. So if you've got, I guess, $23,500 spare, donate it now. We're doing double to 47, and that will take us up to $180,000, and we can then say we're halfway there, which may sound familiar as a lyric or as a concept for you. In the meantime, we have been hearing from Yossi Wachtel, displayed on the screen over here behind me, and we're going to have a chance to hear from him in part 2 of the interview that we had a chance to catch up with him. Very interesting things. He is very experienced, works in Hakshiva with young teens. They have a whole program for boys and for girls, really very interesting things they do, and talking about how some of the more recent events have maybe affected their lives, affected the frontline work that Hakshiva does, and the ability to help them to build their own powers of resilience to go on to lead successful and happy lives, please God. So without further ado, don't forget to donate. I may have mentioned that once, twice, or 1,000,000 times. I'll mention it again, don't worry. But now that you've had a break in proceedings, I think it's a good chance to catch up again with part 2 of the interview with Yossi Wachtel. Enjoy.
So you've mentioned a lot about the need for young people to have resilience and how important the role parents play in that is. Now, there might be many parents watching this that think to themselves, he's kind of describing my family, my child, me as a parent, whatever it is. I'd like to do more. In practical steps, what do people do if they hear this and they think, yeah, I should do something about this? What do I do next?
There are many rabbis in the community who send parents to us. There are many schools who send parents to us. Our number is 992-5152. You can just call up and they'll schedule you a meeting right then and there with the right person for you. It's not that you need to get to a certain stage and only then, Bituach Leumi says, okay, you could. There's no stage that you need to reach. It's a very simple process. You pick up a phone and you reach Hakshiva, and we're here for you. We're here for the community in any shape or form.
Do you ever have people that might be surprised and say, I didn't know Hakshiva can do something good for my kid. I thought Hakshiva do something else entirely?
Definitely, on a daily basis. I'll go back to the first question you asked me today, which was, why did I start? How did I come? Why Hakshiva, Yossi? And I gave you nice numbers of Ramat Beit Shemesh of where we're holding today. But Hakshiva is not able to send out stats and pictures on a daily basis and say, hey, look, I just sat with a couple that. The advertisement that we're able to do is very minimal. And therefore, there's many people, even very close to me, that don't know all what our organization does. Some people see me in the street talking to a certain kid or a certain parent, and they say, oh, we're not there. That's not us, so we're not going to turn to Hakshiva. The truth of the matter is that those are the people we talk to outside. The one who come into our office are the regular, everybody is regular. The people who come into our office are everybody. You don't have to wait until your child is not coming home late at night. You can just say, hey, I'm really not able to connect with them. How was your school? Good. What did you do today? Learn. We get that. Every parent gets that. Every family has that kid. How was school today? Good. You have any homework? No. Okay. What are we going to do now? I don't say the answer is call Hakshiva. No. The answer is you have to sit down and talk. But if you tried that, and if you tried to open questions, and that shiur you heard, and that rabbi you spoke to, and you still feel I'm not able to connect with my child, that is a perfect time to call Hakshiva. That is a perfect time to dial and say, hey, my child and I, only my husband is willing to, talk to him. He's not willing, it's not working out. There are many parents who cannot learn with their children. It's difficult. Or that the style of the Rebbe is different than what the kid learned, than what the parent understands. One father reads it and says, okay, and asks some questions. Oh, you don't know? And it doesn't end good. And that's on a daily or weekly basis. Some parents have that 1 hour of learning on Shabbos afternoon. They want to pick stuff in all their children that they have. Each one 5 or 17 or 12 minutes, or that's the time the kid wants to go play with all his friends on on Shabbos afternoon because there's nothing else to do. It's such a long day. And no, now is learning time. The only hour of the week. So everybody's working. Everybody has a stressful life. Everybody's out. Everybody's learning. Everybody's very, very busy. But let's be honest. we really want the success of our children. All what we go to work for, all the parnasa, everything we do, we really want our success is in our next generation, is our children. And we really want to invest in them. How much time do we really put into that? How much time do we really, really devote of thinking, of planning? Just think about a young couple who are about to propose. Hours of phone calls, of balloons, of the hour, of the direction, the photographer, the ocean, the sun, the friends, which music, which lights, which candles. Is it going to be windy? Go a night before to check it out. It's a big moment. But how many moments of that do our children have? He finished a big test. It can be in Gemara, it can be in math, it can be in English, it can be in history, it can be in college. What do we really, okay, let's go out to eat together. All right, so that's the gift, to go out to eat. It's wonderful. I'm happy to go out to eat all the time. But is that really what we're investing in? Is that what we're giving? So a lot has to do with investing more, spending more time, and thinking about it and learning about it.
So in terms of the work that you've done over the years in Hakshiva, can you maybe share like one success story that maybe personifies the work that you do?
We had a group of girls who dropped out together from school. 4 to 6 girls decided we're not going to school anymore. And there was nobody to talk to. They sat in the park, waited till the day the school ended, and came home. Day after day, week after week, sitting in the park during school hours is not the healthiest place to hang out. It ended up being many more hours later at night. There was nobody to talk to. Parents tried to give them, bribe them, separate them. There was nobody to talk to. A group of girls who we're done. We're done. We're happy. We don't need anything else. We had our staff go down there and sit with them and buy them some drinks and say, hey, why are you sitting outside? There's a Hakshiva up the block. Why don't you come? Hakshiva? Where? What? Listen, come. This is my number. Let me know when you want to show up. I'll make sure that it's the right group for you. Come. And that's what happened. They called. They came over. And they've been building a tremendous, strong relationship, every single one of those girls, with a different one of our staff. One connected to her, one connected to her, one connected to both, one didn't connect, and we needed to find the right person to connect with her. We have to meet individually because she wouldn't show herself in front of everybody else that I don't need to madricha, I'm cool enough without it. And if we fast forward what happened to these 4 or 6 girls, and I'm saying 4 and 6 because 2 of them we were able to put back into, have one conversation with the parents and successfully have them go back into school. And we met, and the madricha met them individually for a couple of months. These 4 girls, as a group, went through an amazing transformation with the relationship that they had with our madrichot. They opened up to them. They really explained them why they left school. They really shared with them their problems. They explained why they can't talk to their parents about it. And we were able to work with them and successfully, really, to finish a whole entire 12 years in school after missing many, many months, close to half a year of not being in any program. To have a full Tudat Bagrut, to have, for whoever of the group was Matim and went to that place, to have a full success life that are able to graduate and move on. It is a success that these girls are also with a better relationship at home, also a better relationship with themselves. They know how to express themselves. And for us, we feel that this is the end of a year. Last year was the end of the year. Every beginning of a year, every middle of the year is a beautiful time to take these children and to say, look till where they got. We're able to put them back into the system. For us, that's a beautiful success, to help these children end another year full of asiyah, full of doing, full of resilience. We had that boy who we got a call from the Rosh Hashiva, and he says, "Is it true?" And I hear that I'm on speaker with other people around, and he's putting me on the place. I have no idea if it's Rabbanim, if it's the Bachrim, if it's parents, I have no idea who's on the other. I just hear and say, "Is it true that you have basketball every Friday night, every month, excuse me. Is it true that you have basketball every Monday night?" Yeah, we have a partnership with Apol Yerushalayim, and they have a coach that comes and plays with the boys, and then they come and chill out in the youth center, and they're open to talk because they're physically ready for it. He says, "Is it a place for my son? Is it a place for my bacher, from my yeshiva?" So I told him, again, I have no idea who's listening to this. The basketball aspect of it is perfect for your bacher. Thank you, and hangs up the phone. I don't know what that means. I call up right away Liel, who's in charge of the groups, and I say, "Is there a boy from this yeshiva in the basketball?" "Yes, and we're not sure if it's good for him." And we discussed it with his Rebbe, and his Rebbe is not sure. I said, "Oh, okay. And do you think it's good for him?" "Yes, it's great. We discussed it in our last staff meeting." This boy has a VIP service. He leaves yeshiva, he comes, he plays, and whenever he needs to use the youth center during off hours, he comes with a couple of friends. We give him to use the space with one of our madrichim over here. And today this boy is, again, finishing another year of success in yeshiva. His parents are so blessed that he has such a kosher outlet who gives him the koach to be able to become who he is today. He's since then moved out of the neighborhood. He went to the next stage of life, and he's not on a daily basis here. But I get calls from him all the time. He comes to visit. He comes on Purim. And he is a boy who feels that without that, there was no way he would make it through his teen years. Without an outlet that he can use, without that relationship, without that okay from the family, from the yeshiva, that he's doing good, he found the right outlet for him. That is what we are. We help build resilience for children, for teenagers, for who they are.
So why do you believe it's important for people to support Hakshiva in the work that they do, and how is that positively affecting the wider community?
The reason to support Hakshiva is because we are helping all day, late nights, every single child that comes through our doors with all what we have. And what we have is limited. And the more we have, the more we can help. Our community is growing tremendously. And the only way we can continue helping and growing is with your support. I will say, there's another way to support. There's a way to look at other kids in the community in a proper way. It doesn't matter if he dresses differently than what you would expect. That's a way to support your own community, except helping financially our organization. When you see a child who's having a hard time, don't, my kid shouldn't get close to him. You're right. Maybe you should, maybe you shouldn't. But you can. You can be nice to him or her. You can make sure that he has a good feeling. You can make sure that he's welcomed. Supporting Hakshiva is supporting your own community. Supporting Hakshiva gives you the ability to have a better Olam Haba, because you are actually saving lives. You are saving neshamos, you're saving parents, you're saving shlom bayis. When a child is having a hard time, it's hard for a lot of people at home. It puts stress on everybody around. So just imagine that little bit that you can squeeze out of yourself, more than what you would have. But if you can realize what a big impact that is doing on the whole entire family, the dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding. And with your support, you can help many families and individuals succeed and feel better and grow. That's why it's very important to support Hakshiva today more than ever.
Amazing. Yossi Bachtel, Director of Teen Services, thank you so much.
Pleasure, Mark. Good to see you.
Good
Have
to
a
see
wonderful
you.
year.
Amen. Chen Lamar.
This campaign is about resilience. And Hakshiva is primary in building resilience, not only in kids, children, teenagers, but in entire families. Our mission at Hakshiva, after 20 years of being here for the community, is to continue to build resilience.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. Hope you enjoyed that full interview with Yossi Bachtel, both part 1 and part 2, to hear very much about the programming that Hakshiva does with teens, the kind of work that he does, and how the work in Hakshiva has grown, how he came to be involved in Hakshiva, and talking about this year's topic and theme, which is resilience. As you'll see on the screen behind me, the team is also very important, but I wanted to say the word theme. The theme this year is resilience. We're here, as you probably have guessed by now, to help Hakshiva continue the wonderful work they do, to help be supportive of the way in which they are doing such fantastic grassroots work in our community. If you want to be a support, you can do it in a number of ways, but principal among them is the donation. Hence, underneath resilience, we have donate now, the now being the operative word. So if you could get on with it, that would be useful. If you want to know how to donate, it's simple. Look underneath me, somewhere around there on your screen under here, and somewhere under here, somewhere, and you'll be able to find the donate place to enter in a figure. Whatever figure you enter in is going to be doubled, please God. Our goal this year is $360,000, helping Hakshiva to continue the work they do. I believe we're a significant part of the way there, but we're not quite there yet. How far there are we? He asked the voice in his ear and received no response. $133,000 and $260. In other words, $133,260, which is, I would call, as a British person, not bad. That's one of the definitions of the word good in English. It's 37% of the way there, which I guess is good. On the other hand, we could be further along the line. And if you're thinking, I wonder how I can help, it's very easy. Go to the donate bit and give a donation. It's literally as simple as that. If you have any friends, that is a good thing in life. It's also good if you want to let them know about what's going on. Send them the link. You can go to hakshiva.org and you will come up with this page. You will see this broadcast. You will hear this broadcast. You will be able to be entertained, hopefully entertained, by some of the important content that we have tonight, both in terms of interviews that you will see on your screen and live interviews going on in our studio. Earlier on we heard from Dr. and Mrs. Nader, who are in here telling us very much about how they have supported Hakshiva over the years. Hakshiva has been around for 20 years. Difficult to believe. I mean, when you hear me talking, it feels like 20 years just after the first 2 minutes. But really, Hakshiva has been building their program for 20 years and are continuing to go from strength to strength. Soon we're going to have a chance to hear from Mr. Heyman, who's going to be with us in the studio as well, to talk to us about his connection to Hakshiva, support of Hakshiva, and first-hand experiences of dealing with adversity and connecting to the topic of resilience, so important at any time, maybe not least of which in the last year or so, when all sorts of people have been having to contend with all sorts of elements of diversity. So back to the theme at hand, resilience. Hakshiva's annual campaign helps support what's going on, and you can be part of what's happening. If you missed earlier on in the evening, we had Adi Khan, Head of Therapy Services, and if you missed it, too bad. Oh, no, not too bad. Turns out you can see her on the screen over here, and also you can watch back afterwards all the different things that you may have missed tonight. So if you think, oh, I wanted to see that, you will be able to. Even you will have a chance to see this. In the meantime, don't forget that we have a program still to come this evening, live in the studio, as well as interviews on your screen. Coming up next, Rav Shofnos. Well, actually, it's not actually coming next. Well, it is actually coming next. Is it coming next? It is actually coming next. It turns out that the screen is all-knowing and all-powerful. And then after that, we will be having a chance to catch up with Mr. Heyman here, live in the Hakshiva studio. In the meantime, we'll take a short break, and then I shall ramble on some more until you donate. It's kind of a slow Chinese type of talk show. Join us again after this.
נתחיל לקבל איזשהו חוסן נפשי שאני יכול, אני מצליח. מאוד חשוב לתת לילד את החוסן הנפשי, לתת לו הצלחות בלמידה. ברגע שהוא ירגיש טוב עם עצמו, כך הוא יהיה יותר מקושר ויותר מצליח.
אז הצטרפו אלינו לשידור חי ביום ראשון, שני, 15 ו-16 לספטמבר, על הנושא של החוסן. תודה שהצטרפתם אלינו שוב בשידור חי של הקשיבה. Whoops! There he goes again, speaking in Hebrew, because that was one of our promotional shorts in the Hebrew language. And it triggered my linguistic senses, and I had to start speaking in Hebrew. That's just the way it rolls. As we told you a few minutes ago, we have a jam-packed program. We've already had all sorts of things happening. You can catch up with them later on. And as the screen will tell you, coming up next, we have a chance to hear from Rav Shofnos in a very interesting interview. He's a local educator with great experience and very interesting things to say. So we hope you enjoy it. Check out Rav Shofnos. He is coming up right now. I'm here with Rav Yaakov Shofnos, who is a guidance counselor. He is a mechanech locally in Ramat Shemesh, has years of experience, and we're going to talk to him today about resilience. Shalom Rav Shofnos.
Shalom, shalom.
What is resilience, and why is it something important to build in our young people?
Resilience is the ability to bounce back from adversity and to adapt to challenging circumstances. It's this innate skill that we have. It just needs to be practiced and challenged, and it gets stronger over time. And it's important because, well, life isn't fair. And life just presents us with all these challenges and circumstances that are not up to us, yet we have to live through them.
So it's a survival mechanism of sorts, or it's a functional mechanism that we all, you said innate, we all have it, but it needs to be developed, maybe in some people more than others. How important are parents in this process in terms of being role models? And I guess, what can parents do to yield the best results of bringing resilience into their children?
So children look up to us as parents. They copy us. They feel what we feel. We're very important role models in developing our children's resilience. It's how we react to circumstances that aren't expected for us. It's how we accompany them through the process, through circumstances that are unexpected for them. For example, if something unexpected happens to one of our children and he needs to pick himself up, so many times as parents we will try to solve the problem versus hang out in the problem a little bit and be there for him. David HaMelech says, Imo nochi b'tzara. Just be there with him. Validate their feelings. Offer counseling. We don't always have the solution for our children. Sometimes it's an unknown. Being there for the children is something that allows our children to become stronger because they're practicing this bouncing back and they're practicing the adapting. It means that someone is with there holding their hands for them, but they're powering through it.
I work in chinuch, so I'm going to ask this question on my own. Do you notice a difference as generationally we've moved on, that young people nowadays need more assistance in building resilience? Because the way you just described it was stop solving people's problems and give them the tools to work through adversity themselves. Do young people have that opportunity nowadays like they used to?
The world these days is more confusing than it's been when we were children. In many ways, kids are more resilient today than previous generations. But in other ways, we've seen kids reach out for help more than other generations. We tend to say that when we were kids, all we needed was a skipping stone and an empty lot, and we were busy for weeks. The kids today face different challenges that we didn't face as children, but on the other hand, there's so much more knowledge by the professionals and by the parents to allow and help their children get through these times.
Parents often say that their child's being secretive, they're shutting them out, they're giving them one-word answers, they're kind of being a bit evasive. How effectively can parents try to engage with their children if the children don't seem to be in the engaging mood?
The secret doesn't lie in trying to crack open, metaphorically speaking, your 15-year-old son or daughter. The secret lies in when they're 5 years old or 6 years old or 7 years old. When you create an open communication, when you create an emotional language, when you create a support system when they're young, so also when they're older, they'll submit themselves to the support that you want to offer them. Now they're older, so they get to monitor a little bit more when they want your support and how much support they want from you. But it doesn't start when you're 15. Therefore, if you are a parent of young children, this is when you start. Now, it doesn't mean you're being their friend. It means you're being there as their role models. You're being there as their counselors, their guidance counselors. You're being there as a supportive figure throughout the journey that they go through as they grow up, and that's giving them the tools and not solving it for them.
Just to voice what some people might think, well, thanks a lot. I never saw this interview till my son was 14, till my daughter was 16. I didn't do this when they were 7 and 8. Now what? I just sign off? What does someone do if they feel that they didn't build those mechanisms in at the right time?
So I think the first thing is that parents, they know this, but it's very hard to execute it. It's whenever you converse with your 14 or 15-year-old, don't be judgmental. Whatever it is, it could even be a situation where you feel like you're not being judgmental, but you are. Now, judgmental is not something that is textbook, because I've had parents tell me, I gave them a compliment. Okay, that's exactly the opposite of judgmental, but the kid is still translating it as to being very judged and being evaluated by certain standards that my parents want me to be. So that's the first thing. Don't be judgmental. Secondly, talk to them eye to eye. Because at some point, you don't expect them to follow you. Because they're young adults, but you want them to follow you. And leadership is not acquired by force. Leadership is acquired by leading. And when you lead, and our great leaders never asked themselves or never appointed themselves to be the leaders, they started leading. People followed them. And be that for your child. Be a leader for your child. It requires compromise. It requires having a unified front with your husband or with your wife. It requires for you to reevaluate or choose your battles, what you're going to choose, and taking into account there are other kids at home and they're their neighbors and their schools and other, life demanding situations that we need to solve, but you need to reprioritize what's important.
So you spoke about a unified front. Maybe in a minute we'll talk about parents, but what do parents do when they have a family and one child seems to be swerving, the other children are doing well? How do they make that balance about giving attention to a child that needs attention, but also not compromising on the rest of the family?
So it's a very good question, and there are many variables as to define what the right answer would be. When you're saying one child, how old is that child? How old are the siblings under him? When you say swerving, that can be explained in different ways. But what we want as parents, at the end of the day, we all want our kids to be healthy, and we all want our kids to be happy, and we all want our kids to be successful. We all want that for our child. But the home needs to be a safe zone. And it needs to be safe for the child who's being challenged, and it needs to be safe for the other children in the house. Safe is something that a child feels comfortable in. A child feels like he's accepted there. And finding that balance between the need of one child and the need of another child, in it really lies the different needs for all of our children. It's a case where you need individual counseling to understand exactly how to maintain that balance. But maintaining that balance as a safe environment for all of your children is where you would start from in order to balance it.
Okay, so what does a parent do if they're trying to do this balance and they see that a child has fears or anxieties, but the parent themselves is affected by the same fear or anxiety, which may not be disconnected from the fact that the child has that?
Right, so the first step, the fact that the parent can identify that their child is anxious and wants to help them, that's the first step in order to be able to help him. Sometimes it requires the parent to get help, to get counseling, to get guidance, but till then, and we know that sometimes it's a long process. It's not something that happens overnight. It's being able to not give away the way we're feeling, meaning it's to flip a switch and say, now I'm in mom mode, now I'm in dad mode, and this is what I need to do for my child right now. I'm allowed to be a human, and I'm allowed to give space to my anxiety. But in front of my child, I need to have a plan. Now, sometimes talking out that plan is with someone else, but it's, like I said, listening to your child, empathizing with them, giving them the message that I'm here for you, everything will be okay, even though we don't know, even though they don't believe it. Parents don't necessarily, it's very hard for them to say everything will be okay when they're having trouble to accept the fact that everything will be okay, but understanding that deeply, that right now you are in mom mode or you're in dad mode, that is the first thing that you should do when you need to offer stability and support for your child.
I guess it treads a bit of a fine line, because you're saying even if they don't feel it themselves, they have to find a way to present that to their child. So I'm assuming, like, we're not suggesting that people fake things out, but on the other hand, it's important that they come up with an informed presentation for their child. Is that what you're saying?
Parents sometimes need to know themselves and figure out between themselves who will be the one who will put up that front in front of their children. Because at the end of the day, they are the first response team for their children, no matter what. Even if the event happened out of the house, it happened in school, at the end of the day, they're the first response team.
I guess very similar to that question, but bringing it right into more current events in the aftermath of COVID, in the current situation around the war in Israel, tensions that are going on. So everyone is experiencing this together, everyone in their own way. So how are parents who are literally going through these things able to also provide, what you said before, a stable environment for their children who may also be very concerned about the same, upheaval that everyone's going through?
So Chazal tell us that every makkah that Hashem brings to the world, He brings the remedy before. In a way, COVID was the remedy for the war. A lot of the children today and a lot of the parents today have learned to operate in uncertain times. And although many parents can't make a list of better parenting skills that they have now, or maybe they're not able to say what they got better at, but at the end of the day, parents today, I believe, are a lot more resilient. Now, dealing with the war is a different kind of instability. It's a different kind of anxiety. It's on a national level. It's on a deeper emotional level than COVID was. But at the end of the day, there's also a big factor of A, experience, and B, of everyone is going through it, and there's a lot of support offered, if not concrete support, just the fact that we know that we're not going through this alone is something that's very helpful. 3 is professional help, seeking professionals or organizations such as Hakshiva that can offer the proper counseling and guidance for parents. And the 4th thing is Emunah, which gives us a very, very, very strong anchor that we know whatever it is, we know it's part of Hashem's plan.
So in some ways, COVID prepared us to build resilience for things to come.
I believe so.
Parents who maybe have a slightly different approach in chinuch, how did they present a united front to their children?
Well, it requires them to sit and talk about the front that they're going to present. It doesn't mean that one is going to accept the other. It means compromise. It means talking about it. It means prioritizing. But at the end of the day, it means that you're presenting a unified front in front of your children. And even if a parent presented something, but the other parent disagreed with it, it would mean talking about it afterwards, not in front of the child, and allowing the core to be worked on so that future events, which will come and will present themselves, parents we're basically also practicing our parenting skills. And we're building our own resilience on the way as well.
Learning on the job.
Yep.
What are some of the ways to identify when a young person, maybe a teenager, might be nervous, overwhelmed, anxious, and at what point should a parent say, we need to involve a professional?
So that's a very important question. When we see a child's grades declining without any specific reason, when we see a child withdrawing from social activities, from just activities and hobbies that they like to do, when we see a child who is showing physical symptoms like stomach aches, like headaches, when we see a child who is, this would be the best scenario where they're actually voicing their anxiety. Those are situations where we shouldn't think, okay, he's just going through a hard day, or, he got up on the wrong foot. But these are cases where you should seek professional help.
So with that in mind, if someone's listening to what we're talking about, maybe what you just spoke about now, or anything that we've just spoken about, and they're thinking, this really, I relate to that, in my child, whatever it is, what immediate steps should they take, and how can a place like Hakshiva help?
So a good place to start would always be either the family doctor, the pediatrician, who can give guidance, if it's, or direction or referral to other professionals that are needed. It's to involve the school that your child goes to. involve their teacher, involve the guidance counselor, the principal, if there's a social worker, let them know as well. And also seek out help on a community level. It can be organizations like Hakshiva, or if someone is watching this from a different city or a different country, community organizations that provide the counseling and the help with professionals, with the experience, and with the desire to help in cases like this.
Can you share a success story that you have come across that maybe demonstrates some of the transformative powers of resilience?
So, I was once working with a family that I would say one of the parents was less resilient than the others, and it was very much impacting their children, very much. And their children kept on having outbursts in school. Their children kept on failing their classes. Their children kept on basically seeking independence in negative ways. And when, as part of the work with the parents and guiding them to the right professionals, they got help. And we saw this, I would even say a linear correlation between as the parents got stronger, the kids started being successful because they were able to be there for their children and not crumble in front of their children. They were able to offer support to their children and not lean on their children for support. They were able to move forward in their personal lives, which allowed them to lead their children forward.
So children draw from the support bank that their parents give them. The more they're able to be there for their children, the more the child.
Absolutely.
Finally, why do you believe it's important for people to support Hakshiva?
Well, as someone who's been familiar with Hakshiva, I would say for the last 15 or 16 years, and with the various programs that Hakshiva offers, and as part of different educational forums around Israel, Hakshiva provides a very wide range of educational / emotional / social supports that don't come in the official school system. It can start with the homework center, and it can go all the way to parental guidance or therapy, or having, a place for children or teenagers to come hang out, for Olim, for even parents who made Aliyah 10 or 15 years ago. Hakshiva has been very, very valuable and supportive to parents like this. But more than that, it's a saying that our community is resilient. It's saying that our community doesn't look down or doesn't shy away from the kids and the families and the parents that need our support and are always there to give them the support that they need. Hakshiva is very vital to our community.
Rav Yaakov Shefnas, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. Hope you enjoyed that interesting and informative interview with Rav Shofnas, a local prominent educator with lots of experience, helping inform our theme of resilience. And our theme tonight of resilience is helping Hakshiva to continue the work they do, particularly in this year's theme of resilience, people being able to bounce back from adversity. If you've just joined us, welcome. We are up to where? Sorry? We're up to $137,500, which is good. It's definitely not bad. That's almost 40%, 38% of the way there, but probably not enough. So don't forget that all donations you make will be doubled. So please help us reach our goal of $360,000. Continue to get those donations coming. If you're wondering how to donate, it's simple. If you can see or hear me, then you're on the right page. Somewhere below me over here, you'll come to a button or an area that you can click on that will allow you to make your donation our generous matching donors have stepped forward again to help make sure that every donation you make is doubled. We've had a big program tonight already. There have been interviews on your screen. There are people in the studio. We have someone else very shortly in the studio. And as you know, our broadcast runs tonight from 7 p.m. till 10 p.m. Israel time. And again tomorrow at the same time, 7 p.m. till 10 p.m. Tomorrow night, please God, at 10 p.m. we'll get to our finale. And hopefully by then we will have long since surpassed our goal. And we will have reached that. 6:30 p.m. tomorrow is the Israeli broadcast. So if you understand the words I'm saying and you want to hear the Israeli broadcast, you'll be able to pick up a very interesting interview in Hebrew with Rivka Rybeck, the head of our remedial studies department at Hakshiva. So don't miss that if you understand Hebrew. And if you don't understand Hebrew, sometimes seeing is believing as well. And people, Israelis talk with their hands a lot, so there's lots to understand anyway. Anyway, here we are back in the Hakshiva studio, and we are actually very privileged tonight to be joined by Reb Heyman, a long-time supporter of Hakshiva. He's come in to talk to us tonight. Reb Heyman, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure. Maybe you can tell people, because maybe they don't actually know the full extent of how you came to be involved with Hakshiva.
My daughter, Alea Sholem, was in Chinuch. She taught in the Jewish day schools for 12 years at the second grade level and the junior high level. Taught over 12 years about 500 girls, and she acted to them as a role model as well as a teacher. And the fact that she was so involved with Jewish education, with Chinuch, we saw that Hakshiva contributed to the same goals that she did, and we felt that it was something that we should support.
Are you able to tell us a little bit about your daughter and her life? And
my daughter Shoshana was born and grew up in Los Angeles, and after high school she went to Eretz Yisrael for seminary for a year. She came back, taught for 2 years in Los Angeles at the junior high level. Then she went to New York, and she taught both the second grade level and grades 6 and 8 for 10 years in New York. And she was here in Eretz Yisrael for a course leading to a master's in Jewish education. And she was unfortunately in the Sbarro pizza restaurant on August 9th, 2001, when a terrorist blew himself up along with 14 other people, and she was one of the victims.
So, obviously, you decided that being supportive of Hakshiva was a testament to the legacy of the work that she did.
Yes.
When you hear about the work that Hakshiva does now, and particularly the theme this year of resilience, which is helping people deal with adversity, and in the last year, we really need to go into a crazy amount of detail to understand why people would need particularly to have resilience. What does that mean to you to be able to have that legacy that's really helping other young people to build their resilience in these tough times?
Resilience is the ability to bounce back after a downturn, after a challenge. There's a concept in physics called coefficient of restitution. If you take an object and you drop it from a certain height, when it hits the floor, it's going to bounce. The question is, how high will it bounce? The coefficient of restitution is a number that tells us how high it will bounce. If the number is 1, it will bounce back to the same height from which it was dropped. If the number is less than 1, it will bounce back to a height lower than from where it was dropped. And if it's greater than 1, it will bounce back to a height higher than from where it was dropped. The purpose of Chinuch, as Hakshiva works in, is to give young people who perhaps have had challenges the tools to increase their coefficient of restitution, to give them the ability, if they've had challenges or downturns, that they should come back not only to where they were before they met the challenge, but to be even better than they were before they met the challenge. And that's really what we're talking about here. We're talking about the ability to give give young people the ability to bounce back to achieve greater heights than they had achieved before.
When you hear about, I mean, daily on the news, all sorts of things going on so many different fronts, particularly the domestic front, when you hear that, you know, all these years later we're still contending with violence on the streets and people attempting, even tonight while we've been broadcasting live, there was an attack in the old city and the outskirts of the old city of Jerusalem. When you hear those things and you understand that this is something that's continuing to be perpetuated, how important is it that we equip young people with the tools, as you said, to have that factor that allows them to continue with their own lives in light of what's going on?
In order to get through challenges like this, we need a combination of emunah, belief in Hashem, and bitachon, which is relying on Hashem. And we can do that if we have the proper tools. What are those tools? If we have a proper amount of Jewish pride, proper amount of Jewish education, so that we know from Torah sources that HaKadosh Baruch Hu runs the world, and that we know that whatever He does, it's for the best, and we have to continue doing what we're doing in terms of positive accomplishments and helping other people, and that this will contribute to a betterment of the world, and this is what Hashem wants from us. And if we continue to do that, it will get us through these challenging times.
I mean, it's a very, for me, it's very powerful to sit here talking to you, because you're so resolute and so immersed in this perspective. It's a really very powerful thing. When we're here on an evening like tonight, trying to promote awareness about what Hakshiva does and asking people to help support it, there are people that will be thinking, what can I do to support it? I'm not a big, I get asked all the time. What message would you have maybe to people who their fingers are hovering around the donate button, but they're not sure if this is the cause? What would you say to those people in terms of the importance of supporting an organization like Hakshiva?
When people support Hakshiva, in effect what they're doing is they are adopting these young people. They're giving them spiritual strength. They're giving them a feeling that they're not alone, that there are people behind them. And when you support Hakshiva, you're conveying that feeling to them, that they're part of a strong community, they're part of a strong family, and that with that family behind them, they can achieve whatever they set their minds to.
I mean, that is a message that we've been hearing a lot recently, that the resilience that we've been speaking about so much, and everyone really needs a piece of, as you said, there's emunah and bitachon, but there's also the communal net that we need to feel that cohesion with each other, to feel that support. Hakshiva, as you said, certainly embodies that, and maybe all of us in general need to adopt those things.
I can personally attest to the strength that I have received by being part of a strong Jewish community, because it really is a family. It's not just a community, it's a family, and being part of that family empowers us to achieve things that we might not otherwise achieve.
When you say being part of a family, I guess the final word that comes into our mind is a home. And you are a long-time supporter of Hakshiva. When you walk into this building, which you have organizations who have offices, when you come here you feel, I mean, when we're not set up for a live studio in a call center, there's games here, there's activities, there's all sorts of clubs and different things. What do you feel when you walk into this building and you see all those things happening? How does that make you feel when you see the home that's also being built over here for so many young people?
I see young people being energized. I see them feel commonality with other young people, and I see them getting support from their mentors, from the people supporting them. It's very meaningful, and it's something that gives a lot of chizuk to me and to other people who are exposed to it.
Well, on behalf of Hakshiva and all the beneficiaries of the work that Hakshiva does, thank you for your support, and what a special legacy to have built your daughter's memory should be an aliyas neshama and a blessing for her memory. Please God.
Thank you. And Hakshiva should go to greater levels of success in empowering young people and giving them a stronger Jewish future.
Amen. Well, it's been a great pleasure to have Haman here. Thank you so much for joining us. Really, really appreciate you giving your time to come and not just be supportive of Hakshiva, but supportive of this campaign. If you'd like to be involved in any of the work that Hakshiva does, it's very simple how you can do it. You can just click on the link below, click on the button below, or go to the area below and make a donation. Every donation is doubled tonight. Please, let's push forward now towards our goal of $360,000. We'll take a short break now and we'll be back in the studio. Don't go away.
In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
And when should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual.
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
All of us face challenges. I look at people who come in for help as heroes. All this has made Hakshiva realize how important it is, more than ever, for all of us to tap into our inner resilience. Resilience is the opposite of helpless. You're not helpless. Dig deeper, find your strength. You are bigger than life challenges.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
Well, we're back in the Hakshiva studio. Welcome back to the last chunk of tonight's program. Still to come, of course, is an entire program tomorrow night. We'll be hearing from some interesting people. You will see them popping up on the screen behind me, in fact. First of all, we get a chance to hear tomorrow from Rabbi Dan Tiomkin, a celebrated media personality, but of course an expert in children's education, ADHD, and as we discovered, resilience as well. We also have Shalom Itzkowitz, a person who works here in Hakshiva, has brought his expertise. We actually heard from his father-in-law before, father and mother-in-law, Dr. and Mrs. Nader, and he works in Hakshiva, and we'll have a chance to hear from our interview with him. We also have Tzvi Brown, also from Hakshiva, and is involved in their ADHD Center, and is also an expert in his take on what's going on in terms of supporting young people in the world of resilience. We also have tomorrow people live in the studio. We're going to have Joseph Jason, please God, chairman of the board of Hakshiva, a chance to hear from him. And also we will have a chance to catch up with the CEO of Matzia Spiegler and the executive director of David Zipper of Hakshiva. Tomorrow, live here, hopefully in the part of our grand finale, where we actually get to our donation. We can do this, as you can see on the screen, and if the screen says it, it obviously must be true. We can do this. We're now up to $138,341. That's still 38% magically. So I think it's time to push. We can do this, but we can't do it without you. And that's really what this evening is about, as much as it is to get very interesting first-hand information, tips, information about what we can get in terms of building our own resilience and those of our families and young people. Also, the idea of this evening is to support Hakshiva in the work that they do. Thank you for your support so far, as you can see on the screen, thank you. But also thank you in advance for your continued support of Hakshiva. Please make sure you donate. Underneath here you'll see the area to donate. There are people behind me you can see, and probably here, in the call center, scurrying around, making phone calls. They may be phoning you at some point. And please don't hold back. Make sure that you donate. Every donation is in fact doubled, and it will go towards helping Hakshiva do the wonderful work that they do. So I hope you've enjoyed the lineup that we had for you this evening. Don't forget to join us tomorrow evening. We're into the home stretch in the final 20 or so minutes. Let's see what we can achieve in the next 20 minutes or so. Let's see if we can get to, I don't know, 200,000. That'd be nice. Well, 138, it's only $62,000. And it's doubled, so it's only $31,000. So it's easy. Reach into your back pocket, take out that spare $31,000 that you had lying around, and donate it. And then we'll at least be over 200,000. And then we can kind of all go away thinking, fantastic. Don't forget, when this live part of the broadcast ends, the campaign continues. The campaign is live for the next 24 hours or so you have a chance to donate. You don't have to hear me rambling on in order to donate. In fact, you might find that when I finish talking at the end of this broadcast, you'll think, you know what, it's so peaceful, I'm going to give another donation now just to thank Hakshiva for getting the man to shut up. That's also valid. In fact, for a significant donation, I'm willing to go off air completely. So if you donate $100,000 now, and it's doubled to 200,000, I'm willing to stop talking right now. You can all just watch interesting loops of videos of all the different people that we caught up with. In the meantime, we'll take a very short break, and then we'll come back to the studio for the final part of tonight. In the meantime, that'll give you enough time to get together $100,000 or so, take us over the brink, and I'll stop talking. Come back after this.
In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
When should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual.
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
הוא מתחיל לקבל איזשהו חוסן נפשי שאני יכול, אני מצליח. מאוד חשוב לתת לילד את החוסן הנפשי, לתת לו הצלחות בלמידה. ברגע שהוא ירגיש טוב עם עצמו, כך הוא יהיה יותר מקושר ויותר מצליח.
אז הצטרפו אלינו לשידור חי ביום ראשון, שני, 15 ו-16 לספטמבר, על הנושא של החוסן.
One of the strongest elements of building resilience is stability and security. When someone makes aliyah, their stability goes through a change. And what's beautiful about Hakshiva is that there are so many different parts of Hakshiva that can help a family in different ways. There are just so many things that kids are flooded with when they enter the school system. His educational needs, his self-esteem, and overall being more confident he can actually succeed.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
And just like that, we're back. Welcome back to the Hakshiva live studio. Still people in the call center behind me. Still donations coming in, but let's get them coming in now more thick and fast, please God. We're somewhat of the way towards our goal, over 38% now. But we need your donations to help us continue. Please, 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 please help Hakshiva. Your donation makes a difference. If it's a very small amount in your mind, it's doubled. It really makes a difference. And that's exactly how this campaign works. Our big goal is $360,000. We're almost approaching the place that we could talk about the concept of getting to the introduction of the foreword or the preamble towards being halfway. So please make sure that you help us continue on that journey. Tomorrow night, just to give you a sneak peek of what is going to be coming up. So we go live in the studio at 7 p.m. Israel time tomorrow night. But before that, we have Rivka Ryback, the head of the remedial studies. It's an interview in Hebrew. Definitely worth watching. Very interesting, very informative. And this gives you another insight into just another piece of the Hakshiva system. If you want to know what her name is, it's going to appear on this screen any second now, I'm sure. Rivka Ryback. We also have, we don't have a slide for her, but that's not her. I can tell you that's not her. You can tell for a number of reasons. First of all, it's not her name. Second of all, that's not her face. And third of all, it's just not her. So those are the three ways to tell it's not her. In fact, if you want to know who that is, you can look at his name. It says Rabbi Dan Tiomkin. It's not a lie. That in fact is the face of Rabbi Dan Tiomkin. Hence why they put the name and the face on the same slide. We are going to be hearing from him tomorrow, please God. Very interesting, celebrated educational expert in the world of ADHD. Spoke about resilience. And he's on the radio. He's all over the place. We were very lucky to catch up with him because he's got a jam-packed schedule full of all different conferences and different places he goes to talk at, lecture at. He actually educates educators. Very, very interesting person. So he's going to be speaking to us. Don't forget to catch that tomorrow night. Additionally, we have Shalom Iskowitz, as we mentioned before. He runs a whole chunk of the Hakshiva activities, and you'll have a chance to catch up with him tomorrow night, please God, see what he has to say about the work Hakshiva does and how it connects back into this year's theme of resilience. And of course we have Tzvi Brown, who is the head of the ADHD programming here, a very interesting person. Also other people that I haven't mentioned, we have Nisan Al-Good and Ari Deutsch, that they are going to be with us talking also about the way in which people who make Aliyah are particularly affected in certain ways about life, stability, resilience. Very interesting interview there. We also have people live in the studio tomorrow night. We have Yosef Jason, the head of the board of Hakshiva, and we're going to have a chance, please God, to catch up with the CEO, Matzia Spiegler, and the executive director, Rav David Sipper of Hakshiva, to hear about the wonderful work that Hakshiva is doing, and hopefully that will be designed to coincide with the finale of our fantastic program, by which time we will have long since passed our goal. We actually have just news coming in my ear now that the number has just jumped. We're now up to $158,000. $158,737, which means we've taken a big jump, way past 38%. We're now on 44%. So thank you for those donations. We're definitely moving towards our 50% mark. Please, please, please make sure you keep the donations coming in. You see, the numbers just jumped, and it will jump again, please God, when you make your donation. So thank you for your support. Prompt. Thank you for your support so far in this campaign, but we're not there yet. Don't forget that the theme is resilience, and it's your chance to donate now. Look under here, and you'll have a chance to see where to donate. If you actually want to do something, you can follow over here all these people that are creeping along the script. Well, they're not creeping, but their names are, and they're the sums that they donated. So if you want your name to go up in lights and be famous the world over, make sure you donate, and you can be on that wonderful scrolling ticker thing it's called. If you don't want your name up in lights, it's very easy. Just make your donation anonymous, and then we'll just write anonymous. If your name happens to be anonymous, then your name will be up in lights, but no one will know it, because they'll think that you donated anonymously instead of realizing that your name is anonymous. If your family name is Lee and your first name is anonymous, you've done well in life. Well done you. And you should donate also to the Hakshiva campaign to help them continue the wonderful work they do. You might think that everyone knows about this, but perhaps they don't. So here's a very good opportunity to take a copy of the link of this page and send it to somebody. For example, a friend, if you have a friend. Or two friends, if you have two friends, etc. Or work colleagues. Or random people that you just want to send messages to. Or it could be a relative, or it could be a long-lost cousin. But of course, they were lost, you wouldn't have their number, and yes. So I guess we'll sneak peek of what's coming up next. Well, as I said that before, I'll say it again. Okay, tomorrow we have Rivka Rybeck. She's going to be kicking off the evening tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. Israel time in Hebrew. And then we go live in the studio at 7 p.m. tomorrow night, 7 p.m. till 10 p.m, all the way through to the end of our campaign, please God. Of course, when we stop broadcasting here tonight, in the interim, you'll be able to continue to donate. You'll be able to see live the numbers going up. So that's just because I'm not rabbiting on, doesn't mean that the campaign stops, of course. In fact, in some ways, when I stop talking, the campaign actually starts, because everyone actually gets peace and quiet. And when they've had the chance to just go and lie down for a bit and recover, they say, oh, I should probably donate to Hakshiva. So we'll take a very short break, and then we will come back for the last part of me rambling. In the meantime, enjoy this very short break.
מאוד חשוב לתת לילד את החוסן הנפשי, לתת לו הצלחות בלמידה. ברגע שהוא ירגיש טוב עם עצמו, כך הוא יהיה יותר מקושר ויותר מצליח.
אז הצטרפו אלינו לשידור חי ביום ראשון, שני, 15 ו-16 לספטמבר, על הנושא של החוסן.
One of the strongest elements of building resilience is stability and security. When someone makes aliyah, their stability goes through a change. And what's beautiful about Hakshiva is that there are so many different parts of Hakshiva that can help a family in different ways. There are just so many things that kids are flooded with when they enter the school system. His educational needs, his self-esteem, and overall being more confident he can actually succeed.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
And we're back. Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. As you can see, our numbers have jumped, but they can continue to jump. With your help, please make sure that you donate to the campaign. You'll notice if you go underneath here, you'll see there's a whole bunch of ambassadors. I said 55 before, apparently there's 58. I stand corrected, 58, big difference between 55 and 58. So don't forget to check out the extra 3 to get to 58. Among them, you'll find Team Maze. Happens to be my team. If you'd like to donate to my team, yeah, I think it's a very valid way to donate. I mean, of course, it all goes to Hakshiva, but, you know, show a bit of support. So I might as well, if I'm here, utilise this opportunity to plug Team Maze. Don't forget to donate to Hakshiva via Team Maze if you can, and help make a difference to all the wonderful work that Hakshiva does. Still to come on the programme tomorrow night, as we mentioned, is Rivka Ryback. She is going to be kicking off the programme tomorrow in Hebrew at 6:30, and then we go live in the studio at 7 p.m. Israel time, all the way through to 10 p.m. There'll be a whole series of more interviews. You have a chance to hear from Nissan Al-Gud and Ari Deutscher. You'll also have a chance to hear from Shalom, with Dan Tiomkin, of course, as I mentioned before, celebrated media personality and education expert. Shalom Iskowitz, a senior member of staff in Hakshiva. Tzvi Brown, the head of the ADHD piece, which last year's theme was in fact based on that. So he's actually been taking that. We had a chance to hear from him about how they moved forward in the past year, and also dealing with this year's theme of resilience. We need more. There's no really better way to say it. We need more. So thank you to everyone who's donated, but we do need more. So please make sure if you haven't donated yet, just look underneath where I'm sitting right now. You'll see where to donate. If you have donated, of course, there are no actually rules about this game, so you can actually donate a second time. And I guess by extension, a third and a fourth and a fifth. In fact, you can donate multiple times. But to save all of those times, donate one time, but a full amount, and everything you donate will be doubled to help us reach our goal of $360,000, please God. Please help us continue to help Hakshiva continue the wonderful work they do in the community. Earlier on this evening, we also heard from people live in the studio. We had a chance to catch up with Dr. Ned and his wife and hear about their long-time support, basically for the best part of Hakshiva's existence, which is in fact, if you believe it or not, 20 years. 20 years of Hakshiva, amazing. And look what they've done. They've gone from, as they described it, a small caravan existence with some pokey atmosphere because it was difficult to lay on a caravan, and here in this beautiful building, which sometimes is a call center and a live studio, and on the rest of the year long, if you walk in here, you'll see it for yourself. Piano in the corner, pool tables, table tennis tables, after school clubs, homework clubs, helping people with their studies, upstairs, all the different elements of what Hakshiva does, the offices, the therapy center, really an unbelievable operation of what they do. Thousands of people helped here over the years, hundreds of people a year, ranging from Israelis, Olim, people who've lived in Israel for a short time, a long time, really unbelievable. Of course, in the last year or so, Hakshiva have had to even become more dynamic in the work they do, just to help people have that resilience, to continue to contend with what's going on over here in Israel. So please help us to help Hakshiva to continue the wonderful work they do. Make sure you donate. Every donation that you do donate is doubled by the generous matching donors who have stepped forward once again to help show their support for Hakshiva. So every donation you make will double. If you give $10, it'll be $20. If you give $1,000, it'll be $2,000. If you give $150,000, I'm going home. No, if you give $150,000, it'll be $300,000. And we can push and push and push. Right now, the number is $171,155, which is what percent? 47%. We're nearly there, guys, so 50%. That would be great. At least hit 50% tonight. So you want to make up the remaining 3%, you can donate that little bit more just to help us get to at least $180,000. Not crazy. Yes, so that's the lineup for tomorrow. Also live in the studio tomorrow, please God, we will have a chance to hear from Yosef Jason, who is the chairman of the board of Hakshiva, to hear about the board's perspective. So if you're feeling bored, good. And at the end of the evening, please God, tomorrow we'll have a chance to hear from the CEO of Hakshiva, Ramatsia Spigler, and the Executive Director of Hakshiva, of David Sipper, as we push towards our finale, by which point we'll have long since surpassed, I'm confident, of our goal of $360,000. But at this point we haven't surpassed it, and therefore we need more. That's why the screen is there to tell you what we need. Otherwise, if the screen didn't tell you that we need more, how would you possibly know that we need more? Oh yes, you would know, but whatever. But genuinely, thank you to everyone who has supported us up till now, and thank you in advance to the people who are going to continue to do so. If you think maybe, yeah, my great aunt Sally, she'd be interested in that, then we'll send her a message now with a link so she can see this page, see what's been going on. If you think, oh, I really wanted to catch those interviews earlier. Oh, I heard that Dee Khan was on, she was a therapy center, I heard she's very interesting, I wanted to hear that. Shafnas was on, all these people were on. Okay, so you can still hear them. Yossi Bachtar was on. You can look back at this broadcast, which will be displayed on this page when we're finished. We've actually finished in a few minutes for tonight. The campaign, of course, continues. So in the last 5 minutes of tonight's broadcast, let's see if we can push to $180,000. Let's go. Guys, if you haven't done it yet, ignore me. We'll take a short break now to give everyone a time to scurry around on their keyboards and their mice. Mice? Is the plural of mouse mice for computers? I think it is. On their keyboards and their mice, entering in those figures. Everything you make, you should give. No, everything you donate will be made different by it being doubled by our generous matching donors. We will take a short break, and then we'll be in the closing minutes of tonight's broadcast. Don't go away. We'll be back after this. Check it out.
In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
When should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual.
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.
Well, we're back for the final minutes of tonight's broadcast. We've got a little quiz for you. See if you can spot the deliberate, confusing statistic as I announce what's on the screen. Wink. Tomorrow night, our broadcast resumes at 6:30 Israel time, which of course is 11:30 American Standard Time. Well, Eastern Standard Time. American, of course, that's very. It's a big place, America, apparently. But 6:30, our broadcast continues tomorrow, initially with an interview in Hebrew with Rivka Ryback. Very interesting to see about the after-school study support program, so definitely check that out. And then tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Israel time, we will resume here live in the studio. We will have a whole jam-packed program for you. Tomorrow we're going to have Ari Deutsche, we're going to have Ari Good, Nesana Deutsche, we're going to have Shalom Iskowitz, we're going to have Zvi Brown, we're going to have Rav Dan Tiomkin, we're going to have people live in the studio, we're going to have Rav Yosef Jason, the chairman of the board of Hakshiva, we're going to have a chance to hear from the CEO of Hakshiva, Rav Matzia Spiegler, we're going to have a chance to hear from the executive director of Hakshiva, Rav David Zipper, but in the meantime, we can tell you that the number we're up to is 47%, $177, $171,560 dollars. We're almost there. See if you can get it in now. When we stop the live broadcast here, the campaign of course continues, so you'll have a chance to donate and tell the entire planet about it. And if you're in America and you're just joining us now, welcome. We're about to finish, but you can watch it all back, or all the selected bits you want to watch back. You don't have to listen to me rabbiting on, but there are some very interesting, informative content interviews that we've had tonight, and more to come tomorrow night. So until then, make sure, yes, I've just been told in my ear, if you can donate $114,000, we'll be there, please God. But in the meantime, yes, you don't have to hear me speak, yes. I should mention right now that the voice in my ear does in fact belong to my daughter, which is unnerving to say the least. At the very least, thank you. Don't forget to donate to Team Maze, I've just been told by my daughter. But in all seriousness, please help us to help Hakshiva to continue the wonderful work they do. This year's theme is resilience. You've been amazing. I don't know if you've been amazing or not. I can't see you. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You've been amazing. Certainly thank you for the people that have supported so far. You have been amazing, and help us to continue to enable Hakshiva to be amazing, support the community and the young people in the way that they do. We're going to go now to a short video, and then tonight's live broadcast will end, and we will resume tomorrow live in the studio at 7 p.m. Israel time. Before that, 6:30 Rivka Rybeck in Hebrew. Check it out when it comes to it. It's been great to see you here tonight. Please join us tomorrow for more stuff. See you soon.
In response to the strikes, Hezbollah fired a barrage of 30 rockets this morning at northern Israel. The Israeli Air Force later struck a Hezbollah rocket launcher. The back and forth is putting Israeli forces on high alert.
And realizing that it's okay to admit that I am vulnerable.
And when should I involve a professional?
The dynamics of the family changes when every single child is succeeding.
We have a continually growing array of programs that are suited and tailored to the needs of the community.
At Hakshiva, we help families build their resilience to be able to then help their children to succeed.
Hakshiva's vision is to build resilience into each individual.
Our ADHD Center helps building resilience exactly for these kind of situations.
Hakshiva builds the resilience that is so needed in these hard and difficult times.
So join us on Sunday the 15th and Monday the 16th of September 2024 for the Hakshiva annual live broadcast, this year on the topic of resilience.